we starting left or right?
Down over here, we got Tom Lyons versus Corbin
Okay.
Decker. And finally, for the first round, we got Bobby number 4 and Carly Shimon. Let's run it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another exciting axe throwing tournament down here in beautiful, historic Homestead. Once again today, I am joined by the one, the only, it's American Kyle.
How's it going? Back again for another year. I love it. We got a ton of people here. I mean, it's great to see so many people come out for this and to walk away with the American Championship.
I like. Can we expect you to insert a lot of American references into your commentary tonight?
Absolutely. I mean, if there's one thing that I know, axe throwing is not traditionally an American sport, but one of the great things about America is that we like to take things and make them better.
Oh, well, I don't know if we should say better. We are going to be heading into Canada fairly soon. A lot of these throwers are going to be able to see north of the border for a little bit of a bigger tournament. But tonight we're going to be focusing in on some of the throwers we have tonight. We were expecting, well, we weren't expecting quite it. We were expecting more throwers, but not quite as many throwers as we have right now.
Yeah, it looks like we got 50 going on for for tonight going through, and so some of the things have changed a little bit as far as the first night. They changed things around a little bit. The first round is going to be three games apiece, best out of 3 games, and then as we move on, move to 5 and then to 7 for the finals. So, we're excited to get everything started. I mean, I know I am. I mean, it's great. I mean, there's so many people here. It's crazy.
Yep, and just to give some of you guys at home a little bit more about what is going on, there was a little bit of a tournament structure change for here. You're going to see a lot more matches getting thrown tonight. To make a long story short, a lot of the players that we anticipated being here couldn't be here due to other events, due to sickness. And so instead of just having a couple of people throw and seeing who manages to make it into the big tourney tomorrow, we've got almost everybody here. Like American Kyle said, we've got over 50 throwers here vying for seeding in tomorrow's tournaments, and it looks like we are already kicking off here. On red left. On red left, you see here, I believe we've got Sensei versus Bulldog.
Nice.
Bulldog there on your left. Sensei, I presume, on the right. And I'm trying to keep an eye on the scores here, but it looks like they are just getting a couple of practice throws in before they shore up their first real one. But with the way they're eyeing up, I think this is the start.
Yeah, it definitely looks like they're getting ready to start here for sure.
All right, there we go. And now we got the scores, too. Man,
nice.
We are all set.
Nice.
Shout out to Ace Axe Throwing. And for Slab, another thrower you may recognize by name, setting up this tournament, getting the producers and all of the staff ready to go. But as of now, it looks like it's all about the axe throwers as Sensei starts with a 3, it appears. Although, as I say that, I'm not seeing the score getting updated.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's updating quite yet. As far as axe throwers that are here, we said that some of them aren't and everything, is the defending champion here?
I did see him. I'm going to stand and see if I can. Oh, there he is right there to our right.
All right. All right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to get to see him throw just a little bit later on in the evening. I hope we get to see it here on these on our TV lanes, so to speak.
Yeah, and he's got to run through the tournament just like everybody else, right? We're not talking about like All Valley tournament where they changed the rules and like the champion only had to fight in the end.
To my knowledge, this will still be for seeding.
Okay, there we go.
So while I'm sure a lot of people in the room are anticipating a #1 seed from Connexican, anything can happen. We've definitely got talent from all over the country. I can't really say all over the world, but soon they're going to be going international, baby.
Absolutely, absolutely. Can't wait for that. That should be coming up in June.
Yep, and then bringing us back into the match going on right now, we've still got Bulldog on the left, Sensei on the right. After that throw, I believe that was throw number 3, Bulldog is down by 2 points. Sensei's got leading 15 to, oh, let me reload here. 15-13. Favor of Sensei. All right. right, and after that first little drop by Bulldog hitting that 3, it does look like they are back to their normal ways, sinking hatchets right into the bullseye. And I'm looking to see if people are going to be calling clutch. We've got
one of the changes this year about the clutch was that there are 2 lines, and the clutch is not a complete green circle anymore. It's actually green in between the 2 lines. And if you want to explain, like, what's the difference between last year and this year when it comes to the clutch?
Sure. So, as you can see from the graphic on your screen right now, you'll notice that there is that square inside of the actual clutch circle itself. It's an 1.5 inch tall, 1 inch wide, and the best and easiest way that I could describe it is you see the top and bottom of that rectangle. When somebody throws a clutch, it's got to be breaking both sides of that rectangle. That's the easiest way to be able to tell, and honestly, it has sped up a lot of the clutch throws that we've seen. It's a lot easier to tell if somebody's hit it or not. The one drawback to it that we've seen, though, and I don't even know if I'd consider it a drawback so much, we have seen, especially when it gets to big axe clutch, those big axe throws can take a little bit longer to get through, especially with players who don't have as much experience going into the throw.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, it has been such a great, like, so far, from what I can tell, like you said, that what it does is it speeds up a lot of these games, because last year we did have a lot where we had to stop a game, and then, you know, an official had to go in and measure and do a lot of different things in order to see if, you know, they actually scored in the clutch or not, and it just kind of takes a lot of that out of it. You know, it's either in or it's out.
Yeah, you love seeing those kind of moments in a finals game to help build that anticipation.
Absolutely.
But when the entire back half of the tournament's measuring if somebody's got the clutch or not, I can certainly see where these rule changes came in and
absolutely
where they're benefiting the league as a whole.
Yeah, and with the skills of, like, a lot of players that are here, I mean, you know, there probably are some people here that don't have as much experience as others and everything like that. But for the most part, when we're talking about the experience of an axe thrower that's in this type of tournament, we're talking about somebody that's probably going to get near the clutch anyways whenever they throw. You know, it's not going to be like me out there. You know, I'm hitting the G, you know, over the, you know, the Ace Axe throwing mark there.
Is American Kyle an axe thrower? Have you?
So I have a little bit. I've showed up here a few times and thrown. I am not as good as anybody here. I can say that for sure. You know, I haven't quite perfected the one-handed throw yet. I'm still working on the 2. But yeah, no, I enjoy it. It's a good fun sport to come out here, and Ace Axe throwing is a great place to do it at too. So
we do love the shameless plugs here at the Bank
Absolutely.
on 8th and Ace Axe throwing. To keep you guys up to date on what's going on here between Bulldog and Sensei, currently Bulldog has taken both of these rounds, and that does mean he's going to take the best of 3. So we are going to go ahead and look for who is coming up next. I believe we're going to have Spartan and Bearman on the left.
I love it.
But perhaps we could get up lanes 1 and 2 up here, red right. We do have 2 lanes here that are being broadcast, and over here on the right side, it looks like we have Gun Show Barbie versus the Hawk.
I love it.
Bro, somebody call Marvel.
Yes, absolutely.
Somebody call Marvel. We've got Hawkeye might be able to shoot arrows. Throwing a hatchet is way, way cooler. Let's be honest.
I absolutely love it. I love it. I think those are great names. I mean, honestly, like that's one of the things that I love about this sport too, is that there's a lot of very clever nicknames here.
It's true. Anytime in most sports when people get a nickname, it's only outside of the sport itself.
Yes.
These guys, they not only take their own names, but they charge them up with energy. They bring in their own creative mindset. And while I haven't seen anybody be thrown off by somebody's name yet, I could certainly see that becoming an issue later down the road.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, the nicknames are great. I mean, I'm used to nicknames like, you know, like mobsters, like, you know, with the quotes.
Yeah.
You know, the nose, snaps, stuff like that, you know, where it's like real vague. But these names are great. Like, I love it that there's all these creative names.
Yep. And then what we just witnessed right there was the Hawk taking out Gun Show Barbie. Important to note, the Hawk went 25 in both of the games here in that best of 3. So
Sniper. I love
Sniper, we know that they're hitting those bullseyes. I'm interested to see a little bit later on if we're going to see the same for the clutch throws. Because it doesn't look like, I can't tell for that first round they did, but that second round, I don't think they threw a clutch shot for the end.
Okay.
All right, and then it looks like we'll be staying here on, oh, it looks like we are looking back on the right side here. Let me pull up that match for us. And I believe that one is Spartan versus...
I think that was Spartan versus Bearman.
How could I forget a name like
Yes,
Bearman?
Bearman. Yes.
Oh, silly me. But we are still currently in the first game of their best of 3. We are going into throw 4. That's what you're seeing on the screen now. Currently, it is tied 13-all, and it does look like Spartan lands a bullseye, and that's matched.
And if I had to pick the names between the two, I would have had them opposite, to be honest with you. You know, Bearman is a lot smaller than Spartan.
Well, to be fair, I've never seen a Spartan.
That's true.
Although,
That's a good point.
To be even fairer, I have never seen a bear man. But going into throw 5 here, we're going to see, I believe I did see them call up, so I believe we're doing clutches.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, I'm seeing a thumbs up from Spartan. That one's looking good here.
Oh, Bearman.
Bears don't have opposable thumbs. It's a lot harder for them to throw axes.
Just a little bit outside on that one.
And I mean, Spartans are trained from birth.
From
for
birth.
warfare.
That's
this
right.
is just an unfair match. This is a hunting
really
game.
Is. It really is.
But let's see if Bearman can pull it back here in the second game. Spartan starting off with a bullseye. Matching.
Yes.
All right, and it's always a fun game to guess when we're gonna stop seeing the threes. You know, we expect a lot of these players to be just hitting bullseyes and then the clutch, bringing us to 25 or ooh. As I say that though,
Yeah.
Spartan drops an axe, and this might be Bearman's chance to get back into the game.
Definitely, right?
That being said, though, we're on throw number 3 right now because Bearman has hit 2 threes. Spartan hit a bullseye his first throw. Bearman is only 1 point up. And there is that lead getting just a little bit longer.
Yeah, it looks like a few mistakes here by Spartan.
11-8. Spartan is going to take the throw.
Nice.
Bringing it back, bringing it back. All right, with that, I believe Spartan is down by 3 points. I'm interested to see if Bearman goes clutch to try to finish out the match.
Looks
Although-
like they're discussing it.
It's also important to note that Bearman really only needs 21 to be able to be too far ahead to win it. Or to come back, I should say.
It looks like they're switching up their axes, going clutch.
Bearman taking a little bit of a gamble on this one. If Spartan hits clutch, it does force him to hit clutch as well. And that's dead center.
Wow. Oh.
A low throw for Bearman, and with that, Spartan does take that best of 3, 2-0.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, for Bearman, I would have stuck with what I was doing because he wasn't. That's twice that he's been outside the clutch area on those throws.
It is interesting, but I think there are some other things to consider here. Remember, they're only playing for seeding today.
True.
So it could be, I'm not saying sandbagging by any means. Don't anybody put those words in my mouth. Definitely not trying to say that.
Fair enough.
But I am saying there's a little bit of looseness in the crowd today. You can definitely feel it. A lot of people having a couple drinks, having a good time, catching up with a lot of their, I don't want to say axe throwing buddies, but some of these people that you really only get to see during these big events. There's definitely an air of levity in the building today, and I think maybe we're seeing that bleed over into some of their early throws.
That makes sense. I mean, you know, like you said, today is just for seeding, so there's not really a whole lot on the line. You know, you don't want to be last or anything, but at the same time, you know, whether you end up at 10 or 15 or whatever, you know, everything's probably all copacetic in the end. So.
Yep, and I'm just trying to get confirmation on the match we've got going here.
Which one? Oh, we're looking at that one. Okay.
I believe that this is King Lumberjacks versus Mad Mac.
Mad Mac. Okay.
But I'm waiting to see them update the score before I say so. It looks like they were just taking a practice throw at the clutch.
Yeah.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, like I said, it's a little bit more challenging this year, but and we've seen so far in a game where somebody's missed the clutch, pretty well outside. So, yeah, and maybe that's part of it too when we talk about Bearman and the clutch throwing. Like, maybe that's just him saying like, hey, I'm going to need the practice throws anyway, so why not just go for it?
Easily enough.
Yeah.
All right, and now it does look like the scoring has started, which means I can confirm we are here with King Lumberjacks versus Mad Mac. Best of 3 here on the red left lanes, and they both open up with a pair of bullseyes.
I mean, that's a bold move going with King in your nickname there.
Not only is the King in the nickname, but I see a crown at the end of King Lumberaxe.
Oh, man.
My boy, I think this first game is how I'm going to decide whether we have a king or a prince in front of us.
Yeah, no doubt. Wow, that's a bold move.
He's holding strong to it. He's currently got a 2-point lead. That might be taking it up to a 4-point lead.
Yeah, it definitely looks that way.
4-point lead for King Lumberaxe. And it looks like he is just going to try to seal it away with a bullseye. And with that, 25-16.
Oh, he's calling himself a 3. So he's got a 3 on that.
All right, so that would make it 23-16. That forces Mad Mac to throw for the clutch. A little bit more difficult of a throw these days, but we've already seen people splitting the clutch right down the middle.
Yeah, there was one. Yeah, the last game, that guy had it dead on.
Dead on. I believe he hit it dead on both times.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
And I know he did drop an axe at one point during that game, but the fact that he's throwing that accurately against the clutch, that's a good sign. That's a good sign for the games to come.
It is a good sign, actually. Yeah, I mean, especially this early, right? I mean, sure, people have been warming up and everything, but, once you get in the game and everything, to get it this early, that's a lot of confidence for you going through the rest of the tournament.
Oh, you got it, yeah. All right. Game 2 going into throw number 4 here. Currently, King Lumberaxe leads 15-9 against Mad Mac.
Living up to the name so far.
And he's putting him away. He had that 1-3 in the first game, that very last throw he did when he was trying to clutch it out with the, well, not clutch it out, but clutch it away with the bullseye.
Oh, another low throw there.
It doesn't look like he's doing it on purpose. He's laughing coming away from it. Like he really didn't mean to place it there, but.
Yeah.
Do I see a big axe?
I
think we see the competitor leaving.
Oh, okay.
It looks like Mad Mac might have just called that one as it was and gave that win over to Lumberaxe.
Fair enough.
Absolutely. If you really don't need the extra warm-up and you're going to take the match anyways, why not?
That makes sense.
And it is a double elimination tournament today. So even though the first game didn't quite go Mad Mac's way, there is a chance to come back here in a bit.
Every time I think of double elimination tournaments, I always think of Over the Top.
Over the Top?
Yeah. Sylvester Stallone, Lincoln Hawks.
Oh, I don't get that reference. I'm sorry.
Oh, arm wrestling movie.
I'm sorry,
it's one of the
America.
worst movies ever made, but it was great.
Did you just say a whole game or a whole movie about arm wrestling?
Yes. Yes.
Huh.
Down on his luck, Lincoln Hawks, played by Sylvester Stallone, goes up against Bull Hurley for the Arm Wrestling Championships of America.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right.
I also believe that Terry Funk played a role in that movie as well.
Who's Terry Funk, American Kyle? I know Terry Gilliam.
Terry Funk, one of the greatest wrestlers of our time.
Oh, what was his stage name, Funk?
Yeah, Terry Funk.
Oh, man, I can't believe I don't know it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, but enough about us. Getting back into the action here, it looks like we have, I'm going to pronounce that one wrong. Sekira?
I think that's how I would pronounce it.
Sekira versus Joey the Hat.
Joey the Hat. He was here last year.
Yep, Joey the Hat, not quite a regular, but definitely has made his face known here around Ace Axe throwing.
You know, I said it last year, and I'm going to say it again this year, and maybe I just need to go talk to Joey the Hat about this. When your name is Joey the Hat, I expect a little bit more of a hat.
You know, I'm thinking, so the hat looks very plain. I'm not
Yes.
seeing much on it at all. Maybe that's the mystery about it.
Maybe.
He wants you to come up and ask him about the hat. Maybe he's hiding something under that hat, like a Kinder Egg. And the first person who asks him gets the toy inside.
You know, I didn't think about that. You know, you might be right about that.
I don't think I'm right about that. But what I am right about is that we have started up this first match against Sakira and Joey the Hat. Joey the Hat leading by 2 points going into throw number 2.
All right. Oh, we just some big axe over in the other lanes over here.
I do see Big Axe over here in the
Wow.
right lanes. Interesting to see. I haven't seen too much Big Axe today yet. A lot of the matches have been getting decided before we hit that Big Axe moment.
Yeah, true.
But I can't wait to see that Big Axe graphic come out.
We've also seen, and this is just early on so far, right? But it's something that I didn't notice last year. We've also seen some axes that have just come off the board early so far.
Yeah, and there's, there can be a couple of explanations for that, Number one, people might still be warming up. People might still be getting into it. And number two, you didn't get to see it on stream, but they did exchange a lot of the boards out for new ones right at the start. So
Yes.
one thing I've noticed just from my hobbyist axe throwing, if you will, as soon as you put a new board on there, you have to readjust your throw ever so slightly, whether it's putting just a little bit of extra force in there, maybe giving it a little bit of an extra oomph in your step. New boards definitely take a little bit. Once they get broken into, that's when you see those axes slide right into the bullseye like butter.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's always fun to see the back and forth of is this board too chewed up? We're not going to see it too early. We might not even see it at all today for these matches, but I love watching players and the referees go up, looking at the boards themselves and basically thinking, okay, is this a tournament-ready board, or are we going to have to switch these out? And, what are the benefits and cons of each of them?
So who has the final say on that? Does the thrower have the final say on that? If he's like, listen, I think I need a new board here?
Well, I can't really say for certain. I'm not sure about the rules on that one. What I can say is, though, if I were the ref, I would leave it up to the players.
Makes
At
sense.
the end of the day, they're the ones throwing, and
Right.
if they both have to switch sides and throw on the same board eventually, screw it.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
All right, it looks like we are going high for this one. Currently, Joey the Hat is up 1 game. If he manages to sink a clutch, I believe I saw the thumbs down, which will close out the match. Joey the Hat wins 2-0 against Sakira.
All right.
And we will try to get a clarification on the pronunciation of that name.
Yes.
We just talked about how creative and wonderful all the names
Yeah,
were.
absolutely.
I want to get them right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
Setzer and Tattoo Goddess.
we were
Tattoo Goddess. All
we were
right.
just talking about Joey the Hat, and one of my favorite memories of Joey the Hat was his run through with Setzer. I believe it was a best of 5 or a best of 7.
Yes.
That ended up going Setzer's way, but I remember it being neck and neck, and maybe we'll get a nice little rerun here a little bit later on.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're right. That was a great competition between the two of them last year, and yeah, we may get a rematch of that or something better along the way. I mean, who knows? There's a lot of, I just can't get over how many competitors there are here today.
It's a wonderful atmosphere, not just to throw axes in. It's a great environment to just be here and hang out.
Yes.
It's wonderful seeing so many different people from all across the country coming together, and just being here not only to play the sport but for the community aspect. We mentioned a lot last time about some of the newer throwers coming in. How does the community react to new throwers, new people, especially when you're mixing in with some of the older veterans? And I honestly, at the tournament here and at large, it's just seemed like it's been such a welcoming community anyways that it's not even a question.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I haven't met one person here that hasn't been friendly to me or anything. It's everyone here is very open. They love the community that's around them. The sportsmanship is actually great. It really is. I mean, honestly, we have officials, but for the most part, these guys officiate themselves, and we don't see any like real tension or anything. Now that, you know, maybe late in the later rounds and everything, like I remember last year when I interviewed Connexican, he told me a story about him playing, you know, in another area. It was the last few rounds, and he was very annoyed by the fact that the guy that he was playing against was overly nice to him throughout the throwing. And he says, I think that might have been his strategy because it got under my skin so much that it started to, you know, throw me off a little bit. So,
hey man, that's saying something. We've mentioned a lot how difficult it is to try to get under Connexican's skin and try to throw him off of his game.
Yeah.
And well, if he's going to be heading up to Canada soon, he's going to have to get used to people being nice.
That's true. That is true. That's very true. Yeah, I remember him saying that, and I had a good laugh about it, but he was serious. He said, he said the guy was just so nice that it was hard for him to like get into his groove, his competitive spirit.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Taking that edge off, not always a good thing, folks. Keep that one in mind and put it to the bank. Currently, we're in throw 4 of Setzer versus Tattooed Goddess. Setzer currently up 13-6. And with another bullseye, let's see. I believe with that 3, it might be out of reach.
Yes.
So we may be going on into the next match. Yep, there they go, switching sides, going into game 2 of the best of 3. Setzer took the first one 18-9. Let's see if we can get a good showing out of Tattooed Goddess.
Tattooed Goddess, a lefty.
A lefty? And I'm noticing the throws from Tattooed Goddess, they're very accurate to the point of every single time I'm noticing it's the front corner sticking in.
Yeah, same spot, yeah.
It's a very consistent throw. That was the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
And honestly, sometimes that's really what you want. The less axe blade that's buried into the target, the less chance you're bleeding out into a score that you really don't want to see on your screen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Score is currently 8 for Tattooed Goddess. Setzer has 6.
Rare miss there for Setzer. 3.
Yeah. With that, going into throw 4, we are tied 11 all. If Tattooed Goddess can sink the bullseye, going in 16 all. Chance to steal the second game coming up.
Yeah.
We're not seeing too many of these best of 3s actually going to 3s. A lot of them are getting decided by the 2-0. They did call high, so we're going to see what they've got for their clutch throws.
Off there, both off.
Both off, and does that mean what I think it means?
I think it does.
I think it's time for Big Axe.
Let's see. Oh, yep, and here we are.
There's the Big Axes, folks. We finally get to see it on the screen, baby.
Yes.
All right, remember, the first one, they're going to be trying to bullet in. The first one's going to be on the bullseye. Setzer lines it up, takes it perfectly, and it's important to note, normally they do throw on 2 different targets. It looks like here they are going to be throwing on the same target. They definitely don't want either player to have any kind of advantage, especially when Setzer could take the match by taking this point.
Ooh, tough.
Well, I was excited to see Big Axe come out. I know we're going to see it come out a lot later on, but with that, I believe... So a Big Axe practice throw,
nice.
It looks.
Oh, okay.
All right, well then that was just a little intimidation factor by Setzer there.
Yeah. Oh, a 3.
Should have kept the 5. Remember, folks,
Wow.
re-rolling ain't always best.
Yeah.
Woo! When you've got your rhythm in, forget those practice throws. Don't let your opponent try to get a little leg up on you.
Oh, man.
1 is the loneliest number.
Oh, that is unfortunate there for Tattoo Goddess. It looked like she had a shot there to at least keep it going, but or steal it outright. But nope, not in that one. Wow. Exciting, though. It was great.
I'm curious if they're continuing to throw. It is a best 2 of 3. They might be throwing until the next crew comes up, which, yeah, let them throw as much as they want. You know, we mentioned.
I think the official just informed them that,
that it was 3 instead of 5s.
Yeah.
That's good. I say let the kids throw.
Yeah.
They were talking about earlier how they changed up the today's rounds of matches specifically so that it would be fun for the most people.
Yeah.
And fun for the most people is getting as many throws in as you want.
Yeah.
You got to pad those stats, baby.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
All right, and it looks like I see Connexican up by the spot, but I don't think he's throwing next.
My guy AMG versus Ash Clutchum. AMG versus Ash Clutchum.
Axe Master General, otherwise known as AMG,
Nice.
versus Ash Clutchum.
Nice. 2 great names.
I'm willing to bet Ash Clutchum. Yeah, I know that's my boy Clutchum.
Is he wearing a robe?
He's not only got a robe, he's got. I see a Bulbasaur. I got a Raichu. That's not legal in tournament play, folks. You can't just be bringing in different sports into axe throwing. You have to throw a hatchet. You can't throw no Master Balls here. So for those of you guys who didn't hear that little exchange there between AMG and Ash Clutchum, Ash thought AMG was leaving.
Oh.
He thought he was going to get a win by default, but Axe Master General, no, not today, not today.
Maybe a little mental mind games there. Yeah, all right.
Rob
I like
Dye,
it.
AMG giving a shout out to Chill Axe, where I don't believe we'll be streaming there Sunday, but we've got a wonderful little after party and skills competition that'll be going on at Chill Axe Sunday for all the players who want to join in. All right, and it looks like we are just getting a couple of warm-up throws in there. I gotta wonder if he's used to throwing with that robe.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to assume, but I like it. I like the robe. I'm very interested to see if he's got a Pokemon robe that'll be bringing out tomorrow.
Yeah, that's an interesting move there, throwing with the robe on. That's a first for me. I haven't seen that before.
Are we allowed to say Pokemon on stream? Are we allowed to use copyrighted phrases?
I would think so.
Mokipon?
Yeah, right. I would think that's okay. As long as we're not saying anything disparaging about Pokemon, I think it's okay.
Yeah, like how Raichu is one of the worst Pokemon in the game.
Well, now,
but anyways,
now we may have somebody walking up to us with a cease and desist.
If this is truly Ash Clutchum, he's been 12 for the last, 30-odd years. I could beat this guy in a Pokemon battle. It's fine. That being said, though, it does look like we are getting into the game itself. First throws on the board, 3 for AMG, 5 for Ash Clutchum. It looks like we got another lefty out on the field.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, 5s apiece. Ash Clutchum keeping that 2-point lead. Looks like a lovely winter scene on his robe today.
Yeah.
More 5s, more 5s.
We
like
would be
more
more
5s.
challenging for me to throw in a robe, but I don't know. I guess I've never tried that.
Honestly, I think the most difficult part for me is that it gets so hot up there.
Yeah, true.
You know, there's definitely we've seen performers using hand warmers to keep their joints loose, and I could definitely see that being a part of it. But honestly, I think he's just going for cool factor. And to be honest, it's working.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, like we said, there's some great nicknames, in the axe throwing here. And then not only that, but there's definitely people that take the nickname and put on a whole character whenever they do it. Last year, I remember Jigsaw was here, and, he had the face paint and all kinds of stuff going on. He was pull his axes out of a coffin. I mean, it was great.
All right, with that, we are going to be going on to Game 2 between AMG and Ash Clutchum. Ash Clutchum managed to score the first game, 25-18. Bro, I didn't even see those socks.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it's a whole ensemble.
And I could very much see this being a part of the luck of it, too, if you will. Every player, did you play sports when you were younger? Or
Absolutely,
even
yeah.
What was your go-to good luck ritual before a big match?
So my good luck ritual before like going to play a game or anything like that, it depended upon what sport I was playing. If it was football, I wasn't a real big fan of football. I just kind of played football because all my friends played football. And football was mostly like pretty much I just made sure that I wore the same shirt underneath my gear and stuff that I always had. When it was baseball, I actually had a wristband that I wore that I never took off during a game or anything like that. That was my lucky wristband. So I thought I lost it one time, and I about went crazy.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Maybe we can get a quick poll of who's got what different things going on. But I believe we're going to be switching it. All right. As we continue on, the AMG and Ash Clutchum match over on the red right lanes. Important to note, we do have Daddy versus Setzer, a matchup we've seen a couple of different times in the past. And once we finish up this best of 3 here, we might be able to pan over and get that match going. However, they're switching sides again. It looks like AMG did take it off of Ash because he did not manage to hit that clutch him. And now we're going back. Game 3, it all comes down to this one.
The rubber match. I like it.
Oh, that's what rubber match means. Man, I'm learning all sorts of good stuff. Folks at home, listen, you're never too old to learn something new. Learn at least one new thing every single day. All right, and you can see both throwers really taking a little bit of extra time lining up these shots.
Yeah, I think since they've taken a game apiece off each other, they're a little bit more careful with their throws now, right?
It was all fun and games until they realized that either person could lose this match.
That's right.
But you can tell they've definitely honed it in. 5s all around, not a dropped axe yet. Throw 4, 15 all.
Now, I noticed that Ash Clutchum did give the props up to Chillax over there. Is that where he throws out of?
So I'm not 100% sure with Ash Clutchum. However, you can tell by the Chillax shirt on Axe Master General there and his taps for the banner up there. I do believe he is specifically out of Chillax. I think he's pretty high up there. He might be an owner.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay.
Hey, Joe. My man right here, AMG, is that the owner of Chillax? Oh, he's getting on headset, baby.
Nice.
Oh, my. Don't give me a microphone.
Let's get ladies and gents, on the mic now, we've got Joe Deasy, owner of Ace Axe Throwing.
So, yeah, to answer your question, Rob is the owner of Chillax. Big shout out to him. I'll give you the story on Rob.
Oh, yeah, I love it.
Last year, we were doing the first annual U.S. Championship, and good help is tough to come by. He came that morning and set up all the boards with Nick.
Wow.
At like 6, 7 in the morning, he was here, and I said, that is a good guy.
Yeah,
so
no doubt.
That's kind of how our partnership, blossomed. He comes down and throws in all of our leagues. 2 of our guys go up there. I think Slab, Connexkin, and Daddy throw in his league. So it's like a good relationship.
Yeah, we were just talking about how the axe throwing community, for the most part, is just very much – all-encompassing, very much, even though there's competitions and everything, everybody's pretty good sportsman-wise with each other. And
yeah, it's definitely a chill vibe. I like what the venues are curating, and like you said, just like positivity. And at the end of the day, we kind of all do this weird hobby where we throw a dangerous object at a target. Yeah. And that's kind of the common bond.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Here we see Ash Clutchum has to bullet in before we go to big axe clutch shots.
There we go.
He's really taking his time with the windup. He might have broke paint there.
I think he did.
Oh.
He called it good.
Oh, he called it good. Boy, that's something else. One-handed big axe.
I don't know how they do it. My arm would be shot.
Woo.
So he called clutch.
They are going up. AMG taking the first throw here. Ooh.
Oh.
That's a close one. I don't know if we can get a close-up on that clutch right there. We're getting a thumbs up.
Good.
Thumbs up from the general.
Oh, is he calling? They're calling for it.
Oh, they want the official to go take a look at it? Okay.
So these big axe clutches, I think, are going to be far and few between this weekend.
Really?
I hope they aren't. But, I mean, as you can see, that little square is what they're aiming for.
Yeah.
I mean, I just see Daddy and Connect Skin throwing these, and they do hit them. But, I mean, it's difficult.
It looks like now the officials, one official said that it was good. Now Slab's over there, and he's taking a closer look. A little bit of drama here.
Oh,
wow.
The thumbs down for the General.
Wow. Wow, that call was not popular with a lot of people in the crowd. Wow. Okay.
All right, with that, Ash Clutchum has the ability to take the game right here. It's still a difficult shot, and I feel like it might be even more difficult one-handed.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, he's
What's up?
he's definitely using the other hand to steady up here. He knows this shot's important.
Hey, Rob, I would have gave it to you.
Oh!
A good lob, but I think it's outside.
Oh, it's outside.
Ah. Oh, that's why I couldn't see it. It's around the bend. All right, with that, going back to throwing clutches here. AMG steps up to the line.
Oh, a little high.
Once again, Ash going to try to take the game right here. Remember, folks, it is 1-1. We're on the final game of the best of 3, which means whoever manages to sink this shot will be able to keep going on through the A bracket. Loser dropping down into B.
I wonder if AMG played some hockey in his life, because he's got his big axe taped up like the end of a hockey stick there.
Oh, Rick would be going nuts. And any hockey analogy,
Absolutely. Yeah.
he's all over it.
Oh, yeah.
We miss
Oh,
you,
yeah.
Rick.
The General taking his time.
Ooh.
First he was a little high, now he's a little low.
That looked like he let that one go a little bit too early, and he knew it right away whenever he released it.
Yeah, maybe it was just a wind blow.
Right.
Ash stepping up once again. Now I believe if they miss clutch 3 times, they can go back down to bulling it in.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Y'all.
Little friendly competition there.
We're getting the thumbs up. I think with that, Ash is going to take it away. No, I was mistaken. He's not kidding. That was a thumbs down.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. These two going back and forth. This is the, I don't even know which throw this is of the game. The 8th, 9th throw?
Yeah.
At least. Ooh. That
Little
is
high there for a 3.
breaking the paint up to the north. Ash going to try to bullet in for the win. Shot.
And that looks like that's probably going to do it.
He might have towed it in with the front, but it might be breaking paint. I think he called the 3.
He did call a 3. Okay.
All right, I think they're just trading now.
Another 3.
During the there was practice for about 45 minutes, an hour beforehand. People could come, throw some axes, warm up their arms. I didn't see too many people throwing big axe for warm-ups. A lot of people sticking with hatchet. That being said, though, Ash Clutchum manages to tow it in right dead center of that bullseye.
Yeah, that's definitely in.
With that, Ash will proceed on through the A bracket, while AMG dips down into the B bracket.
Well, that was definitely a good match there. I mean, it went all the way down to big axe, and then so many big axe throws there. And like we said, with the clutch essentially getting smaller, we did have one where it was, we had a thumbs up, a thumbs down, and then a thumbs up, and then another thumbs down, and so there is still some wiggle room in there, but not a lot.
It's certainly one of those moments where I'm glad that the players and the refs know what's going on more than I do all the way back here.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, and I believe we're going to see. We've already had Spartan and Bulldog throw. Do they get to throw against each other again already?
That seems odd considering that there's an A and a B bracket, right?
I don't know. I'm going to wait and see when the other competitor approaches. Yes, it's Spartan versus Bulldog.
Interesting. Okay.
All right, so while Spartan and Bulldog get their match underway, we're actually going to be kicking it over to the right lanes here. It looks like we've got Ash Clutchum back for more. As we pull up the scores here. Ash Clutchum versus Scotsman.
Okay, Scotsman. All right.
Ash Clutchum, you'll definitely recognize from the last match we just watched in his trademark robe and wonderful DBZ slippers. Socks, not slippers, sorry. But look at these other things that are happening that will distract you from my incorrect words. 5 still going up for everybody. We are getting the thumbs up for Ash.
Now, what's interesting about Ash is that because he's a lefty, now I don't know if this is entirely the reason, but he really hugs all the way to the right side of the lane. Even when he does big axe, he's almost all the way over just to throw a bullseye.
Yeah, it's definitely not uncommon to see players favoring one side over the other of a lane based on if they're left or right-handed. He's really chalking it off. And you do see he's lining it up so that the axe gets thrown almost dead straight. He doesn't want it to cross in front of his body at all to give it any sort of extra rotation, a little bit of wiggling while it's midair. Ooh,
wow.
Great shots from both players. I don't know if either of them managed to go through, though. And, folks, you know what that means.
Big axe.
That means it's time for my favorite part of the game, where we bring out the axe that's at least twice the size.
Oh, yeah.
All right, it does look like Scotsman throws first, manages to break the paint, but still a 3.
Both one-handed throwers there with big axe. That's crazy.
All right, there's the tap. Ash waiting to see if he can put it away with one throw.
All right, over on the first lane.
Dropped a little farther than he wanted there. That's 3 apiece. Back in. Since they have not bulled in yet, they'll still be throwing for bullseyes here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and it looks like they may have given Scotsman a practice throw before they actually went into the big axe throws.
Oh.
So while Ash Clutchum did record a 3 on that throw, Scotsman's was recorded as a 0 or a dropped axe.
That was the 0. Okay.
It did afterwards. You're good. Going into game number 2, Ash Clutchum currently leads by 1 game. And now it looks like Ash Clutchum is also leading by 2 points.
So Scotsman here, he is a righty, and he has a very relaxed throw there. He just kind of rests that axe right on his shoulder.
It's fun
makes the throw.
It's fun to watch different people's throws. Most people kind of prescribe to the same theory, just hand up, hand down, chuck it, and hope it lands where you want it to be. But yeah, resting it on the shoulder there is interesting. I've seen quite a few axe throwers who actually don't have the mobility to go overhand and prefer to just throw underhand.
Oh, that's interesting.
I don't specifically know how that relates into tournament rules, such as the one we're playing today.
I've seen some like almost sidearm.
And those are the ones that are strangest to me.
Yes. It seems like the physics of it doesn't seem like it would work, but they make it work.
I got to be an axe coach for a slight amount of time here at axe throwing before I moved on to a little bit, I don't want to say bigger and better things, but certainly bigger things. And from what I noticed, every time I was coaching somebody who was thrown with that little bit of a sidearm, you tell them, hey, get that axe right back straight up and down. That's the way that you want to throw if you want to get it to stick. So watching somebody come in with a little bit of that, I know you can't see my hand movement right now, but a little bit of whoomph, if you will, it's certainly interesting. Here we see Scotsman. He has to hit the clutch.
Ooh.
And it looks close.
He's saying it's good.
He's calling the thumbs up.
And he's, yeah.
With that, that's a tied game. That means we go to Big Axe.
Yes.
Ash Clutchum managed.
Now it makes you wonder. So if you're the Scotsman, the last Big Axe throw you had, do you think you put a little bit more oomph on it this time?
Oh, I think you do.
Yeah.
I think the other thing I noticed with this throw also, it had a little bit more of an arc on it, which is great for if you really just want to toe in on the top of that axe. Remember, you don't have to give it more power if you're just letting gravity do the work for you.
That makes sense. Physics.
So with that, Scotsman did hit a 3 there. Ooh, might be bleeding out the top. Let's see where it goes. Confirmed 3, going back into Big Axe, still trying to bull it in. Scotsman will step up for his throw first. And he really does not like to take his time with that, with the lineup.
Yeah, no, he just kind of goes right into it, and that one got him a solid 3.
Yeah, which isn't the worst thing in the world. Ash Clutchum managed to win the last round by scoring a 3.
Absolutely.
Granted, Scotsman did drop the axe, which is not common to see, but anything could happen. We're still pretty early in the day here. That one's definitely towed in.
Yes.
And with that, Ash Clutchum manages to take both games in overtime. I think we could call it overtime.
Yeah, we call it overtime.
I don't know. There's something just so good in sports melee about going in overtime.
Yes.
All right, as we gear up into these next couple of matches, we're going to be sending it to break for just a few moments. Stick around, folks. We'll be right back with some more axe throwing. And welcome back, everybody, to Ace Axe Throwing in Homestead. We are tuning in right now to King Lumber Axe versus Jude. They're currently tied 20 apiece going into the final throw for this game. Well, it might be the final throw. Let's see how they do first. We saw 2 clutch throws. I'm seeing a thumbs up and a thumbs down. It looks like Lumber Axe, the king, the self-proclaimed king, I should say, is going to take the first in the best of 3. I'm sorry, that was the second game, and so he just clutched it out, 2-0.
See what he did there?
He went so fast, I didn't even get to see it.
Blinked my eyes and the match was over.
Yep, we're going to be cutting back over to the right lanes now. We've got a match, a barn burner of a match, maybe. We've got Daddy versus Ash Clutchum. Daddy on your left there, Ash Clutchum on your right. Currently, both are tied at 20 apiece going into the last throw for this round. And just to confirm with everybody, this is game 1 of this best of 3. We've also got Joe Deasy on the mic. Now, Mr. Deasy, do you have any leanings for this match?
Oh, yeah, we're daddy all day. D-O-D, daddy all day. D-A-D, daddy all day. Oh, it just keeps getting better. No, I mean, obviously, Ash is a big supporter of us here. He came down to the regional. He was here last year for the U.S. Championship. He came for the Marathon League. He was sporting his Maryland socks. So he's been a big supporter of us. So actually,
so he's a sock man.
He is, along with his plush animals and robe.
Love it.
Interesting guy.
Love it. Going in here, round number 2. Daddy did manage to put away that first game with his clutch. Ash just a little bit on the outside of that one. Going into throw number 2 here, bullseyes all around. And do you expect Daddy to be dropping any bullseye soon?
When he hits a 3, it's a bad day because, it gets in his head. And he'll recover, but it's tough. It lingers.
He's a little bit more of an emotional player, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, he gets through it. I think that's why the good players are there. Him and Dave obviously are very competitive, and when they do hit that 3, they do recover quick, but, it lingers.
Mm-hmm.
It lingers. And I know most of the games Daddy loses, he hits that 3. It's the only way he's going to lose.
Well, then, it does look like he's got a good track record for this match. Has not dropped a bullseye yet.
Oh, PDC's in the chat? Okay.
We got PDC in the chat.
We in here, baby.
PDC, thanks for watching. Always a pleasure to have you here.
He's the #1 fan, Ace Axe fan.
All right, they're calling for ups once again. Tied at 20 all going into the final throw. Once again, Daddy can put this away by hitting a clutch. Ash Clutchum. Sorry, that one is trademarked. really looking to show that he's got what it takes here.
Daddy a little bit to the left.
This is Ash's chance.
Ash even more to the left. I told you, man, they're going to be hard. These clutches are small.
Absolutely. If we could get that clutch graphic maybe up on the screen one more time for y'all just to see how much more difficult it can be to hit this. Just take a look at the red box inside of that graphic. That red box, it's got to be a through and through. So even though there's a lot more green circle there to hit, it's a little more difficult. It's going to take some extra time.
Right. 1 inch wide by 1.5 tall, and you gotta go top to bottom, piercing that line.
Yep. And then with that, we will switch back to the close view here for Ash and Daddy. They are into big axe with neither of them managing to hit that clutch. Still tied 20 apiece. Daddy really looking to put away the game here, but we got to see how Ash throws first. Very much taking his time with this one.
Ooh.
He might have towed it in. It might be a little high, but we're getting the thumbs up.
God, that looked a little wobbly.
A little bit wobbly. Do you think that's coming from the one-handed throw?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going against consistency. I think the 2 hands going to be more consistent. I think the top-tier guys do use the 2 hands, but there's a few that do 1 hand. But just Ash's was a little wobbly there.
A little wobbly, but it looked like it was enough to take the game. Daddy going just a little bit south of the border there. We're going to go into game 3 to decide who takes this best of 3 and progresses on through the A bracket. Daddy's starting off strong.
Shout out to Alicia Keys watching at home.
Alicia Keys! That's the Alicia Keys, folks. You can call her right now, and she'll be like, yeah, I'm watching Ace Axe throwing.
Nice. Nice.
Don't actually call her if you have her number. But anyways, coming back into the match here, we are going into throw number 3. 10 points all, and we've seen every single game in this best of 3 tied up until the very final throw. And that's the level of competition that we're expecting to see as we get a little bit later on into the evening.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've already seen some go multiple throws into overtime, in order to squeak out the win there. And again, this is just for positioning today.
I mean, these guys are going all in for positioning, and I love it. You love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a very clear point in the match where they realize they got to turn the gas on a little bit, and that they're playing for wins. But you can see even right there, Daddy's got a smile on his face. He's having a great time.
I got to give a shout out to Slab, because he was like, once the qualifier, there was not as many people that we wanted, and there was a lot of people that wanted to throw on Friday. We put this event together, and his point that he said time after time was, you're going to get matchups in this qualifier that you're not going to get tomorrow. So a lot of these guys that travel from all around. I mean, we got Detroit in the building. We got California, LAX in the building. We got Game of Axis from Florida. We got, I believe, Revolution in Massachusetts. I mean, we got some guys. So these guys don't get to play with each other. And if you lose twice tomorrow, you're out. So if we could get some of these cool matchups from out-of-town people today,
now, even though it is, for the U.S., championship here, are Canadians allowed to come down and enter?
We did, and it's funny you say that. Obviously, we want everyone to be involved. They got the IATC, International Axe Throwing Championship. We invited everyone. Obviously, last year, kind of the borders were closed, and I don't know if Slab's going to name drop it or if I'm going to name drop it. We'll see how many claws I have. But the guy, and I hope I'm saying this correctly, the guy who won IATC the last time, I believe, one of the years, he signed up for it this year.
No kidding.
So he was supposed to come down, and he couldn't make it, but he signed up. We had to refund him for whatever reason. He just said he couldn't make it down, and he was bummed out. He just said, hey, you guys had a good tournament. I wanted to come down, but couldn't make it. So we would have had one of the big dogs down here.
Yeah, right. Okay.
All right, and just to confirm that match that you were watching on the screen, Daddy did manage to clinch it away by bullying it in on that final big axe throw. Daddy takes the game 2-1, and I'm glad to see some of these best of 3s coming, actually going to game 3 now.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Daddy, a big player last year in the tournament, and again, looking to make a name for himself one more time.
Yep, and it looks like we are going to get Axe Master General back over here, as well as his opponent, Captain.
Oh, here we go, Captain.
And they are friends.
Oh, are they?
They are. They are.
A little friendly rivalry. Do love to see it.
Yeah, I know. Captain throws out of Valhalla, but I know he's acquaintances with my man AMG.
Okay.
Right. Well, a little Pittsburgh rivalry, if we will.
Backyard brawl, as the kids say.
A backyard.
Now, I noticed that he actually spells Captain the correct way and not like Cap'n Crunch. So, like, is he a real captain?
It's a good question. We might have to call him over and figure out how he spells it or why he spells it that way.
Yeah.
How does Captain Crunch spell his name?
Cap'n Crunch is C-A-P-N.
It's Cap'n.
That's right. That's right.
Learn something new every day with Kyle here.
The only Cap'n here is happened right into those soft, sweet boards. With Axe Master General, it looks like he might have bled down into the 3.
Ooh.
Looking for clarification here.
Oh, he's saying good.
Yeah.
They're saying good. With that, we're going into throw number 3, 10-8. Captain trailing by 2 points. And Rob's really not going to let him try to get those back. Axe throwing is a game of inches. Just 1 or 2 points down from your first throw can throw you off for the rest of the game, but it looks like Captain's not letting that get to him. Since he dropped that first axe with a 3, all of his other ones have been bullseyes. And it looks like we are calling the thumbs up for that bullseye. With that, I'll be interested to see if we start throwing clutches.
Captain also with a throwing style there where he rests the axe right up against his ear before he throws.
I just feel like I would sever my ear.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Like I would not trust myself with a sharp object
Totally
that close
agree.
to my ear.
Totally agree.
So
I only got 2 of those bad boys.
look at that right there. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? Ooh. Like it is right
I'm
there.
nervous. I'm nervous watching it.
Yeah.
Very close throw there from Captain, just a little too high for it. With that, Axemaster General is going to take the first match.
All right.
Well, maybe it's like a Van Gogh situation, you know? Nobody knows who you are until the ear comes off.
That's true. That is true. I mean, we've seen some different throws here so far. Nothing crazy unorthodox, but we did have somebody that rests the axe on their shoulder before they throw. That was interesting. You know, Captain here, he rests it right up against his ear. I'm sure that we'll see some other ones along the way.
He's a captain. He's used to putting seashells up to his ear. He's listening to the axe.
That's true. That's true.
Easy enough, easy enough.
He's just got to hear the axe talk to him. He's like, you know, it's like Days of Thunder. He's like, talk to me. Talk to me.
And it looks like that axe is speaking to him now. More 5s coming up. He definitely does not want to drop any points this time around. He's going to have to rubber band this match back if he wants to bring it all the way to game 3. AMG, more bullseyes.
Nice.
With that, 20 all, final throw. They're going up.
Going up. Now, it's interesting to me, you know, in these tournaments, and we touched on this last year whenever we were here, but it's always interesting to me that a lot of them actually, I should say, a lot of the throwers here, they have different axes for the clutch than they do for, you know, just throwing at the regular target. And it's always fascinating to me because is that like a luck thing, or is it like maybe that axe has I don't know, a little bit more weight to it?
So really everything that I've seen has been all about preference. It all depends on if, you know, there is a little bit of wiggle room within the rule sets for how long can your axe be and how long can the blade be. What about the weight of the head itself? Mm-hmm. There is a little bit of wiggle room there, and we've seen players experimenting a little bit, you know, with the clutch. You want maybe a little bit less weight, a little bit of a straighter edge on the blade. It's really come down to personal preference. I haven't gotten to talk to too many players yet, but when we talked to Conexican during the last tournament, he really just said, yeah, it's a different throw, so I use a different axe.
I wonder if there's like, you know, like there's always like when you talk about, you know, samurai swords and everything like that, there's always like somebody that's like the go-to person that makes these things, right? Is there a go-to axe person that you go to and you're like, listen, I'm going to be in the U.S. tournament. I need you to make me this axe. Is it like Thor and he like forges it for you, or?
Oh, I hope so.
Right?
I don't know. Y'all can't see my face right now, but my face just lit up at the thought of a master axe craftsman.
Right? It's just like I feel like that's probably something. Like there's probably somebody out there that's like the go-to guy, you know, for custom axes. You know, like this is the guy you go to. Like he's the master of it.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to bring your grandfather's heirloom wood cutting axe to this tournament.
Right?
This is
right?
This ain't the space for it.
Like you hear about ball players, like baseball players that have preferences on what kind of bats that are created for them. You know, now and again, you know, in the major leagues, there's specifications and everything, but you know, sometimes some of them use different types of wood. You know, some of them use different weights, some different lengths. So I wonder if it's the same thing for, you know, for axe throwing. If there's like a go-to, or maybe a couple of guys around the country that are, or around North America that are like go-to, you know, or do you order them like from Sweden? You know,
maybe
or from Norway.
That doesn't sound like something American Kyle would do, though.
No, absolutely not.
And I did just get a little bit of extra intel that Conexican makes axes.
Is that right? Maybe he's the go-to guy.
Maybe we'll be able to get him a little bit later on tonight or tomorrow, just to talk a little bit about the form and the technique.
I mean, if I had someone, if I could pick somebody to make an axe for me, it would be like Sergeant Slaughter. You know, like Like, if Sergeant Slaughter could make axes, I feel like that would be the most American axe that you could possibly have.
You know, personally, I want Captain Crunch to make my axe.
Captain Crunch.
Sorry, we're going a little bit off the rails here, folks. It's just because these two, AMG and Captain, have been throwing for so long. They keep matching each other neck and neck.
Killing it.
We talked about the friendly rivalry beforehand, but I think it's a little bit more than that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Captain also a one-handed big axe thrower.
Captain lining this one up.
Oh. Oh.
And remember, like we said a little bit earlier, big axe clutch is really where we expect the game to slow down, both between players taking their time to line up the shots a little bit more, just being able to hit that much harder throw now, and when it matters, actually measuring it out.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's the truth.
Right, but it doesn't look like either of them have managed to pull ahead yet. It is Captain's throw. He's looking for the clutch here. High to the right. All right, and then I believe they will be throwing for clutch at least one more time before they drop back down to bulling it in.
Okay.
Once again, Captain just needs to sink clutch to bring this match back.
Oh, that barely hangs on there, but it is not in the green.
Not in the green, and it does look like they'll be coming back down. And we've seen plenty of threes coming out with the big axe throw, so it is very, very viable that somebody wins off of bullying the big axe.
There's a 3 there, yeah.
AMG from Chill Axe scoring a 3
Captain
on
has
that
his
throw.
chance to take it now with the bull.
Ooh. Once again, matching.
Ooh.
Threes all around, still looking to bull it in again. Really taking his time with this one, and it thinks it paid off.
Yeah. Paid off there. Now Captain has to match.
Now remember, Captain has been matching every single shot made by AMG. He doesn't mind going second in these throws.
No.
He might have broke paint.
Like he did break paint there. He's gonna ask him to take a look.
It looks, I don't know, from his body language, it looks more like he's pleading, please let this be a 5, but it does get called the 3, and with that, AMG is going to take the match 2-0. Great match, though.
Oh, it was tremendous. Like, throw for so long there. And like I said, with the big axe, with the one-handed throw there by Captain, and he gets that axe all the way back behind him, too, whenever he's throwing it. That's also something unusual that I haven't seen. Normally it's like a little bit overhead and then you throw, but he gets that thing way behind him and then he throws it. That's amazing to me, with one hand.
With one hand.
Yeah.
I got to wonder if it'll affect his play if he has to play a bunch of back-to-back matches.
You think?
But for now, we are going to switch over to the other lanes here. Here we have Frosty versus Fenway. We are into round 2. Fenway currently leads 1 match to none.
Nice. Fenway, I assume from Boston?
Oh, yeah, the field.
Yeah.
And probably things named after Fenway as well. I assume Fenway to that city is like Carnegie to Pittsburgh.
So there actually is in Boston, there's a town that's Fenway, and that's where Fenway Park, the name of it, comes from. Yeah.
I assumed it was a famous person.
So yeah, it might have been one time, but I just know that I knew some guys that went to grad school in Boston, and they lived in Fenway. And so that's the only reason why I know that.
Yeah, I definitely know more about history than I know about sports, and I don't know a lot about history. Throw number 5, Frosty versus Fenway here, 20 all. If Fenway manages to put this one away, he will take the best of 3.
Looks like a little high and a little low.
Ah, that one's close, but they are calling it no good for either. That means we're going to Big Axe.
Yeah, Fenway in Boston, a very high-priced neighborhood, actually. And my friends that were there were 5 of them, and they lived in a 1-bedroom apartment together while they were going to college. And that apartment was like the size of this platform that we're on right now.
Oh, yeah. I remember college apartments.
But I used to go out there all the time to see them when they were there, because some of them stayed and took jobs for St. Pat's weekend. And that was always a good time.
Always a good time. And it looks like, once again, we're going to be throwing it back and forth.
It looks like, so it looks like, so, yeah, see, like that guy's axe has got like a little bit of like a hook on the inside of it there. That's interesting.
Frosty pulled a 3. Fenway looking to put it away, but not yet. Not yet. Oh, I was going to try to pull out my Boston accent there, and I'm like, maybe we should practice that one off stream before we pull it out here.
I feel like if you have a Boston accent, you have to throw a lot of swear words into it too, because that's just how it is.
We got to get a DZ up here. Is this stream PG-13? Does that mean I get 1 F-bomb?
Yeah.
It's the Deadpool scenario. Where do you use it?
Where do you use it? That's right.
Well, it's definitely not going to be this early in the night. I can say that for sure.
Yeah.
Some wild stuff is going to have to happen for that.
So Fenway was questioning his own throw there.
Just got to watch it. It's like, yeah, that wasn't right.
He felt like in his heart that was the bullseye, but like, it did not come out that way. And he started to question his whole throwing motion there.
I could have swore that target was about 6 inches higher 20 seconds ago.
It was very odd.
But with that, Frosty manages to take the second game. It's game 3 in this best of 3. Anybody can take it today. Fives all around, going throw number 2. Both of them just flirting with the bottom of that line there, but still fives all around.
Scorpions playing here. I love it.
Yeah, we'll hold the mic up so that you guys can hear some wonderful classic rock tunes.
Absolutely. Oh man, this is back in the 80s. No.
I cannot hear what my producer is saying, so I'm going to assume that she is encouraging us to play copyrighted music over the stream.
Well, you guys can't hear it, but I can, and it's great. It's a lot of 80s music back when guitars were tough and mullets were long. It's great.
None of those short mullets we see nowadays.
No,
long mullets, baby.
And if any of you at home have ever watched...
Ooh, great throw from Fenway.
Yeah, that was a great throw. Wow.
I think it's still a little left. I don't think it's all the way through there.
Yeah, they're questioning it right now. He's taking a look. He's saying, somebody take a look at it. Looks like they can't agree here, or do they? No, it looks like they did agree there. All right, good to go. Yeah, if any of you guys at home have watched the series Peacemaker had a great line about 80s rock. He said 80s rock was the best because it was whenever men were men because they weren't afraid to dress like women.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm not going to lie. You started that quote, and I was like, American Kyle, I don't know if we should have this type of discourse on stream. But that is a great quote.
It is.
I love it. I love it.
It's one of my favorites about 80s rock.
Right, Fenway bulled it in here. We're gonna. Oh, I see what you're talking about with the hook on Frosty's axe.
Yeah,
there.
it's kind of it's the first one I've seen like that.
Had a real satisfying chop when it hit the board too.
Yeah, yeah.
Unfortunately, though, the hook is not going to make a difference for this match. Fenway is going to take the round 2-1.
Yeah, great job there by Fenway, and puts him up, keeps him in the A bracket, and you know, unfortunately, Frosty's going to drop down to the B bracket there.
And it looks like we might be seeing Fenway again.
Okay.
Looking at, oh, no, it looks like we got a couple of more matches before that one goes
I was going
on.
to say, no rest for the weary there, but I guess, yeah.
Yeah, generally when you see back-to-back-to-back matches, it's because somebody's working their way through the B bracket to make it back there.
Sure.
All right. But just to keep some interesting things on the screen, we'll go ahead and switch back to our right lanes here. Number 1 and 2. And I'm not sure about pronouncing that name, so I'm just going to read it very slowly. I'm just going to call him Brian.
That's interesting.
Arnoff.
What is that? Is that Klingon? I don't know what that is.
I actually can't tell what that language is. I'm going to ask him about it afterwards, though, because I'm very interested about how it's pronounced. And then on the left side there, you know him, you love him. That's your boy AMG.
Oh, yeah.
Rob Dye back again. You know, we were talking about people throwing back-to-back-to-back, but AMG's definitely had a couple of matches that he's been throwing.
Yeah, real close together, and I wonder if, if that's an advantage or a disadvantage, right?
I think it really depends on if you're on a streak or not.
Yeah, if you're on a streak, then obviously it's an advantage. You know, if you're not, then, you know, maybe, you know, if you got a bad streak going, obviously you don't want to keep that going. Maybe you need a little rest.
Yeah. We are on round 2 of the best of 3. Brian did manage to take away the first game there, and it does look like Axemaster General is currently trailing.
I'm looking at the back of his shirt here, and it's not quite the hieroglyphics that it is on the screen. So, Arnhofty? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine.
I'm going to ask because I'm interested. I love names.
But he is from Chillax, so.
I mentioned I love history. Part of history is I love linguistics.
Sure.
I love learning how words became words, and now I'm going to stop there because I'm going to sound like a nerd. 18 all going into the last throw here. Axemaster General.
Oh, 2 misses there.
I'm going to just strike my last sentence because we're going to go to Big Axe, baby.
Absolutely. Absolutely. With Big Axe here. See, we've seen AMG throw Big Axe. He's going to lead it off.
All right, on the main lane, I need Connexicon and Orion the Hunter. Connexicon and Orion the Hunter.
Dead center.
AMG manages to bull it in.
Taking his time here. 2-handed thrower. Oh, and a 3. So that is going to put AMG over for that game.
All right, folks, I may have taken a little break there, but it was just because I wanted to learn how to pronounce that man's name. It is Arnhofty.
Arnhofty, okay.
And I'm going to now pronounce his name every single time because that's a fun one to say.
Absolutely, Arnhofty. Great.
All right, and then I know we are still currently in the overtime for this match. We'll keep you updated as to how this one ends, but real quick, we are going to switch over to their other set of lanes because we have the current reigning champion, Connexicon, up on the left side there as we pull up the match for this one. Oh, where did it go?
A couple of practice throws in there for Connexicon. And we're going to lead it off. Nice. Connexicon, automatic with a bull. Also a bull from his opponent.
Connexicon versus Orion is
nice.
underway.
Orion the Hunter. I like that.
Connexicon, as usual,
Yeah.
not taking any time. I don't want to say not taking any time to line up, but he is very much a momentum-based thrower. As soon as he steps up to the line, he is ready to throw that one out.
Yeah, and that was something that we talked about last year, and I think that that was also part of the problem when he said he was facing that guy that was too nice to him. There was a constant comment after every throw, and I think he said I felt like he was trying to slow me down to get me off my rhythm. You know, so he was just doing it very nicely, though.
I love it. What is it? Kill your enemies with kindness?
Yeah, and that's something, you know, in baseball, you know, there are pitchers that like to pitch in a rhythm, and you'll see batters try to throw them out of that rhythm. Connexicon is very much a guy that likes to throw in a rhythm.
Connexicon, I think, was a little high to the left. Orion a little low to the right.
Looks like we're going to Big Axe. Oh, no, that's over.
Connexicon. Oh, you know what? Connexicon had already had a lead there.
Okay, that makes sense.
I believe that's what happened.
Gotcha.
But round 2, skidoo.
Yeah. So, yeah, again, Connexicon right into his throws. Pretty much dead on every time, keeping that rhythm going.
Yep, and I'm interested to see if any of the other throwers try to match his pace.
Yeah, well, I think that that's part of it too, right? Is that if Connexicon's leading it off, you almost feel like you have to match the pace, right? But you don't have to. You can take your time.
And then on the other side of it, if Connexicon is throwing second, you know he is standing 3 feet behind you, rearing to throw as soon as you are done.
It's all part of his. It's all part of his game, and I think that, like we said, like there are people that try to take him off that game with that mental mind game that they play with him. They're slowing things down.
Orion with another great throw. Connexicon's too far to the right. I think Orion's was out of the box as well.
Yeah, he was too far to the left.
However, this time we are tied up.
Yes.
And so, Big Axe. Connexicon is going to take the first throw here.
Looks like they're picking lanes.
Connexicon takes his mark. Boom.
All right.
It is up to Orion to match. Orion is currently 1 down. Missing this bullseye will mean Connexicon takes the best of 3.
And Orion.
Nice. Keeping himself in the game.
Orion, also a one-handed Big Axe thrower, which shockingly, he's a smaller guy.
Yeah.
So I was surprised by that. But you know what? Dead on.
That just, to me, that says, again, it's less about power and more about your technique.
Absolutely.
The consistency of your throwing.
Absolutely.
Oh, did I see the ups? I think I saw the ups.
Yeah.
Oh, a little low there.
Yeah, a little low.
Bro, you were talking about them playing Scorpion and 80s. This is my jam. DJ Cool.
Absolutely.
Let me clear my throat.
Absolutely.
Connexicon going to clear his throat for this next shot.
There we go. Ooh, little off.
Yep, and even in the last tournament that we watched, you know, I got to see even some of the finals and semifinals matches going down to Big Axe clutches and actually taking maybe a little bit longer than you would expect. Orion
that might be a little high.
Throw.
Yep. He's saying down. It's a little high.
That
yep.
was.
I'll tell you what, though, it's
great
interesting.
Accuracy.
Orion, comparatively on Big Axe, is more of a let me just throw it, let me get to it and everything. Connexicon very much taking his time, you know, on the Big Axe throws. A lot more time than Orion has.
Yeah, maybe Orion using a little bit of that momentum in his
Ooh,
throw.
Little off there, too. Little down and to the left. He's looking at it, and he's going to call it no good.
No good. It looks like the ref was even ahead of him on that one, calling it no good before he came back. They're going to try for clutch one more time, I do believe. Orion taking a little bit of an extra moment there.
Oh. So far, it was the second one that he was the closest on. That one and the one before it, he was a little bit off, a little bit low.
The one thing that I noticed there on that last throw, I'll have to watch him throw again if we get the chance to. It looked like he was choked down a little bit farther on the shaft than I normally expect to see from big axe throwers. That could be to get that little bit of extra rotation out of the axe after the throw, give it a little bit more power sinking in, and maybe give it a little bit of an extra height if you can rotate it quick enough.
That makes sense.
I'm gonna watch his hand placement here. Yeah, it's a lot further down than I would expect, but as far as bullseyes go, he has been accurate on those.
Yeah, he has been, and yeah, it's amazing, like the one-handed throw that he has. I mean, it's something else.
All right, Connexicon looking to bull it in here, but he actually goes low. Connexicon drops the game to Orion. Orion is now 1-1.
Wow.
Now
is there a chink in the armor here?
It would not be
to get in the head of the U.S. champion.
It wouldn't be the first time we've had to see Connexicon battle his way bac through the B bracket.
Sure.
Let's see if Orion gets to be the guy to knock him out. Connexicon's gonna. We're gonna see that decision made real quickly here. Already firing into throw number 3. Bullseyes all around.
Yeah, I mean he's right back into his fast-paced motion there.
There is no chill on the Chillax lane.
No. So, yeah, I mean, he's right back to it. I mean, it's dead center every time.
Still throwing bullseyes.
Yep.
Orion had a little bit of a shaky start from the first game, but definitely showing that he's still got what it takes here. They are going high for the clutch. Orion a little bit off to the right. Connexicon can seal the match here.
And that looks like that's dead center.
Dead center. A great showing. I really thought Orion had the chance there to take the champion and put him in his place.
I did too, but I'll tell you what, it shows a lot that, you know, for a guy that is the U.S. champion, for a guy that we know that is leading, you know, the premier rankings and everything, a guy in Connexicon that his weakness, it looks like, at least today, is big axe.
Yeah, and you know what? I think we're going to see that a lot from everybody.
Sure.
You know, everybody has definitely been practicing their big axe, specifically because it is one of the more difficult shots to hit, especially when the game is, you know, I would say the game is 80% hatchet, maybe 20% big axe.
Yeah, and here's the thing. So that might be, so if I'm looking at facing Connexicon tomorrow in the tournament, right? If you're matchup in the bracket, you know, I'm probably looking at doing those things that he says, like every now and then takes him off his game, like, because if you can get him just a little bit off of his game with the small axe throws, and you can push it into big axe, you got a chance.
Forcing a 3 out of Connexicon early on in the match is definitely a great way to hedge your bets.
Right? Well, there's another ear thrower over in this lane here. That's got to be just something that...
An ear thrower?
Yeah, it's just like right there. It makes me worry a little bit. Like,
I'm just trying to confirm. I believe that is Bull Hitter versus Corbin Decker.
Okay. So no nickname here for Corbin. Perhaps we should give him one. I don't know.
Oh, you know what? That is how you're supposed to give nicknames.
Right?
You're not supposed to give yourself your own nickname.
No. Listen, I was in the military. That is definitely it. You do not get to pick your nickname.
I would ask you what your nickname was, but I feel like it might not be.
No,
okay.
My nickname was Jut, J-U-T-T. That was my nickname. Yes. And it was because a drill instructor gave me that nickname while I was in training for my job in the military, and it just stuck ever since then. I was hoping to get a new nickname whenever I got to my first assignment, but No, he called ahead, and he made sure that that's what they called me. So.
Did you get Jut yet?
So yeah. I mean, other people had like really cool nicknames like Hammer and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
And I got Jut. So, yeah.
That's all right. You know, my first name is Colby, so a majority of my nicknames throughout the years have been cheese related.
Okay, fair enough.
So
okay.
you know, I would much rather be Jut.
That's fair. That's fair.
But we are seeing Corbin did manage to bull it in with that throw.
Yeah.
Bull hitter is going to be attempting to match. It's currently 18 points apiece. Well, 23 if you count that 5 for Corbin. But we'll see if the score sticks.
Yeah. Oh.
A little off to the right, but I don't think he broke paint.
Yeah, no, he's calling it good. Going up.
All right, with that, Corbin going to take the first big axe throw. Well, first up big axe throw.
Ooh, way high. Yeah.
All right, remember, this is not horseshoes. You don't have to get closer to the green dot. You got to spike it.
Yeah, no doubt. And it is tough. It is tough, we've seen today. Okay, so he like rested on his head. That's interesting. A little different there.
Just a little bit of under rotation. Obviously a little bit off mark as well. But they are going to try again.
Oh, a little bit off, yeah. Certainly better than the first throw.
That's right. It's all about progress, baby. As long as you can do a little bit better than you did before, you will be A-OK.
Yeah, he definitely got that one a little bit more under control.
Bull hitter lining up for his next shot.
Ooh.
There we go. He's
down and to the right.
Fixed the rotation issue and a little bit more on target there. They've got one more shot for the clutch here, I do believe, before they go back to bowling it in.
Ooh, it's not going to be in. It's going to be. Oh, he's
Corbin's
saying that
calling
it's in.
it good.
Well, that's interesting. I thought it was maybe a little bit to the right, but he has a better look at it than I do. So
fair enough. Bull hitter needs to strike that clutch.
Ooh, to the right.
Spent a little bit extra time lining that up, but
Yep.
to no avail. Corbin manages to take that first match.
Yeah, good for him. This is interesting. Okay, there we go.
Mo bullseyes, mo less problems. That's
So-
what my mama always told me.
So Bull Hitter has two axes in his hands. Is he switching off like while he's throwing?
I've noticed that. I'm wondering if one is his clutch axe and one is his
Just likes to hold
non-clutch
it
axe.
while he's throwing?
Maybe. Is he switching there?
Yeah, that's what I wonder. I wonder if he's switching. I can't tell. No, that's definitely the same one. One's a little bit more shinier than the other one, and he's definitely throwing that one. So, yeah, I guess he just likes to hold that other axe. Maybe it's part of his.
If you notice, the other axe he's holding in his hand has a hammer end on the back.
Yes, yes.
So I'm thinking that might be his hatchet axe, and he just likes to hold it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Fair enough. I've seen guys who like to, if they're right-handed, they'll put their left hand in their pocket while they throw. Some people like to sport it behind the back. So carrying another axe, I can dig it.
Also looks like he's got some rosin on his hand there. Do you see that?
Yeah, it looks almost like it's taped up or gauzed up. I thought it was chalk at first.
That's what I thought. It's not. You don't think? Oh no, I guess it is. Maybe it's tape. Yeah, I thought maybe he was. Oh, it is definitely tape. I thought maybe he was like putting like some rosin on his hand there, like giving himself a little bit of extra grip, maybe. But no, it looks like he's got some tape.
Yeah, could be an injury, could be to help get a little bit extra grip on his throw.
Yeah.
If we don't get to talk to him a little bit later tonight, we will get to see how that progresses through the tourney tomorrow. So
yeah, absolutely. I remember last year we did have an injury. I remember that.
I believe
somebody
was
cut
that
their
Jigsaw?
finger. I think it was Jigsaw. Yeah, he cut his finger, and he liked. It was like how he holds the axe. It was the finger that he likes to, like set up with, and they had to put a Band-Aid on it, and it messed with his throw. I remember that.
I do remember it definitely messing with his throw, especially right after it happened.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, and here we are, Big Axe again in match 2 of 3. Currently tied 20 all. Bull hitter going to take his shot.
Ooh, ooh.
Oh, I get it. Bull hitter. All right, folks, the last horse finally crossed the finish line, but Corbin's going to step back up to the plate. Little high. I think he managed to split it, but not quite the way he wanted to.
So Bull hitter was expecting, he was already packing up his big axe there. He thought he was a goner for sure, but now he gets back in the game.
Bull hitter taking his time with this one. Nice.
All right.
Bull hitter hitting bulls. It's in the name. It's what you should expect.
Absolutely. Let's see here. All right.
Corbin matches. Are we going back up?
It looks like we are.
We're going back up. Bull hitter resting again.
Oh,
it was the
you know
rotation. What? I think that was going to be it, too.
It hit right there, didn't it? It hit right there, but it just wasn't enough rotation to get it. But it was definitely on.
Do we have action replays?
The target was on.
Do we have? We don't have action replays.
Oh, like the target was on.
For those of y'all watching on YouTube right now or wherever we're streaming it to, rewind it back just a little bit and watch that rotation.
That looked like that hit in the area, but just not the blade.
The shaft hit first.
Yeah. Oh, that's heartbreaking to see.
Bull hitter lining up again.
Oh, again. Now that one was a little bit more off than the other one, but
yeah.
Something's going on with his rotation there.
Yeah, I'm curious.
He's off his game, it seems like.
Curious if it's just the game going on a little bit longer. Maybe it is whatever is going on with his hands.
Yeah, something.
We'll see.
And they're going to call it good.
They're going to call it good, and with that, Corbin takes the match 2-0.
Yeah, valiant effort there by Bull hitter. Something's going on, though, with his big axe game on the clutches there, though. He needs to figure that out for tomorrow.
Absolutely, but we've got another great match coming up on lanes 3 and 4 here. Joey the Hat returning to the arena up against an opponent we haven't seen on screen yet, Buddha.
Yeah, right.
It's always an exciting time when Joey the Hat steps up, and I'm excited to see if Buddha can give him a run for his money here. There comes.
Is that Buddha there in the LA Axe shirt?
I believe that is Buddha repping LA Axe today.
Nice. All right. Very nice.
Joey the Hat, like we have mentioned, always makes it at least into the later rounds of tournaments. Obviously, since we're just doing seeding tonight, we're going to see him most of the time anyways. But very excited to see where he does manage to place for this go-around. I'm very much expecting, at the very least, a top 6 finish.
Yeah, he's definitely a player in the game in these tournaments and everything. Last year, you know, again, he was in it in the later rounds and everything, and you know, even in the rankings, like you always see his name pop up in there, and so he's definitely one of the big players in the axe throwing community.
And for all the Joey the Hat fans out there who are saying, "Oh, why 6th?" Because there are plenty of throwers here that I have not been able to see play ever. You know, we're talking about people coming in from all over the country. I'm fairly familiar with a lot of the throwers in the Pittsburgh area or in the tri-state area even. But Buddha here repping LA Axe, like Joey mentioned. We've got throwers from Florida, from Boston. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. And honestly, I think that makes the game even more exciting for me.
Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, we've got a guy here that's all the way from LA. I mean, that's amazing when you talk about it. I mean, it goes to show that this really is, you know, a United States tournament, which is great. I wish that there was, like, you know, somebody here from, like, American Samoa and, like, maybe Tonga, Guam, like, really, I mean, it would be awesome, right? Like, it would be like, what was, I'm trying to think of the movie, The Quest. That was more like The World, though. That was a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie.
Bro, how many times do I have to tell you, I grew up Amish.
Yeah.
I didn't watch a movie until I was like 9 years old.
Okay, that's fair. Did you watch Best of the Best?
The best of the best what?
Oh, man, you're killing me. You're killing me. Wow.
I'm telling you, one of the first movies I remember watching is Lord of the Rings Fellowship of the Ring, and it changed my life.
That was one of the first movies you ever watched?
One of the first movies I ever watched.
Wow, that wasn't even that long ago.
I guess to be fair, I did watch like Disney things.
Okay.
So like some of the child movies, like but
Sure.
like the first movie I remember watching as an older one is the Fellowship of the Ring.
Wow. Okay.
You know who's not in Fellowship of the Ring though? Buddha. Instead, he's out on the field right now throwing axe number 5 through these. It's currently tied 23 all, and I think we're going to Big Axe.
I'm trying to read what his hat says there.
I believe it says Heathen.
Amazing. Amazing if that's what it says.
A+. A+ decorum.
Yes.
If you didn't know, we're also doing a fashion synopsis on each thrower for both days.
Absolutely.
It's gonna factor into their seating, so I hope they dress to impress today.
Yeah.
I can tell you that's why Ash Clutchum is already at the top of my list.
Fair enough. He does have quite the outfit on. I'll give him that.
Joey the Hat fires back in the match, manages to make it even once more, and they are going to clutch on the Big Axe throws to determine who takes match number 1. Buddha throwing first. Ooh. A good first throw. It's not going to be in there, but
yeah, low it looks like.
It's not bad. He's definitely got the right idea there. Let's see if Joey the Hat can put away the first game.
Oh, too high. So, Buddha, very much of the figure, you know, true to the figure of the Buddha.
No, could you explain that one to me, American Kyle?
Well, I mean, come on, everybody's
it's because he's so relaxed.
Everyone's seen a Buddha. Very large, jolly fellow. So, yeah.
Wearing a hat?
Well, no, I will say that.
You know, I think if you called the actual Buddha a heathen, there's a special circle of the afterlife for you.
Well, that might be true, too. But one thing about the Buddha that I know is that if you did call him a heathen, he would probably just laugh at you and...
You know what? That's fair, too.
So
I just need to talk to this man even more now.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to rattle the Buddha.
Man, right above that clutch, that board is getting chewed to shreds.
Yeah, it really is. There's been a lot of hits up high on that, and yeah, you're right. I mean, there's a big chunk of it. Looks like it's going to come out.
Yeah, you can see a nice big crack there right by the right side screw holding it in. That one's got a little bit of a twist on it. It might be enough.
Can't tell.
According to his face, though, maybe not.
Yeah, it might have been a little bit outside there. Yeah, they're going to keep going here.
All right, overall names 1 and 2. 5-8. I need Ziggy Stardust.
So, I mean, if you're coming here from LA, I assume you had to fly. I mean, you have to, like, check your axes then at the airport.
Huh.
You know, you can't just bring those on the plane. Like, you got to check them.
Sir, I'm going to need you to open your carry-on bag.
Yeah, right?
These are my work tools.
Yeah, right? Like,
I promise. These are my work tools.
Yeah, that's got to be an interesting conversation at the airport. Yeah, because I assume unless you ship them to yourself, I guess. That's a possibility, I guess, too. I don't know if I would trust the mail, though, to ship my axes.
Right before a tournament?
Yeah, you know.
But with that, it does look like we are dropping back down 2 hatchets for round number 2 here. Joey the Hat did manage to do it.
Read it.
I need to piss. Do you want to solo?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it looks like, we're doing fine with the Buddha here. He's a very jolly fellow, like we said, and he's keeping things rolling along here. Also moving at his own pace. And it looks like Joey the Hat there is moving at that pace as well. So it looks like right now we're at 15-13, 2 up for Joey the Hat. Matching pace and matching bowls. Oh, it looks like we are. One side did not update for me, so we're going up top. Buddha leading off. A little high for the Buddha, and looks like it also might be a little high for Joey the Hat. So that means that we are, in fact, going to Big Axe. And it looks like Joey the Hat's going to lead things off. And that's a bull. Buddha now getting set up. And there's the windup. Bull dead on. Still tied now. Oh, it looks like that game was over. So it looks like interesting. All right. So keeping the pace that they normally do. Very, very fast movers, both of these people, Buddha and Joey the Hat. And so far, so good. Bulls for both going in. Matching paces. A little high, it looks like maybe there for Joey the Hat. Yeah, things are tied.
Oh, it's tied 1-1
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Glad to hear it. Joey the Hat versus Buddha. Sorry there.
Yeah, and both of these guys have got a real good matching pace off of each other. You know, when one leads off, the other one is pretty good to match the same pace and vice versa. So they're actually doing pretty well, like matching each other's pace. And the game so far has gone back and forth.
Back and forth. However, it does look like Joey the Hat missed the clutch.
Yes.
With that, I think Buddha is going to take the round.
Yeah.
And folks, we have a special treat right now on the desk. We've got Daddy with us.
How's it going, everybody?
It's doing great. How are you feeling today, Daddy?
Yeah, well, you know, we'll find out in about a few hours.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What about your current matches? You feel good about them?
Yeah, my Big X still needs a little bit of work and tweaking when I'm throwing. I'm still holding on to it for a second too long, but hopefully that'll get worked out in the upcoming matches.
Yeah, and we've noticed a lot of throwers having issues with those big axe throws. Is that a matter of practice, or is it just really that difficult to hit that throw to start with?
So it does come down to practice, but hitting a no bleed bull is really difficult. Like to get the entire blade inside, like a lot of people will toe in. Some people like to land flat. I'm one of the people who likes to land flat bladed, so obviously it's a lot harder to get the entirety of the blade in the bullseye. But yeah, it definitely takes a lot of practice. It definitely helps with it. But yeah, a lot of it does take luck.
And now I'm curious, there's been a lot of national talent in the room today. Probably some throwers you may not have ever played against before. Is there a particular opponent that you're either maybe looking forward to throwing against?
No. I mean, listen, with this kind of competition, you're going to be playing high-level people no matter where you're at. If you're in the A bracket, you're going to be playing talented throwers. If you're in the B bracket, you're going to be playing talented throwers. That goes for tonight and tomorrow. So there's no one really in particular I'm looking forward to. I'm just looking forward to, having everybody here down at Ace, enjoying a good time.
Now, when you're talking about, right here tonight, we're all just talking about seeding for tomorrow, right? Do you feel like you have an advantage being a high seed, or?
So that's the thing. With this seeding tournament, obviously not all 64 are here tonight.
Right.
So the people who will not be throwing or who did not throw tonight will get a lower seed. And I know that there's a lot of talented throwers who did not make it tonight who are going to be lower seeds that are going to be very difficult for the higher seeds tomorrow.
Now, how do they decide those lower seeds if they weren't here tonight?
So I believe part of it works with CRS. I'm not entirely sure of how it all works out in the end between like the CRS and not being here tonight. So
I got you.
We'll have to find out tomorrow.
Okay, fair enough.
Fair enough. Thank you much for that insight, Daddy. You're welcome to stay here on the desk and help us cast. Right now on the left lanes here, we are looking at, lanes 3 and 4. We are looking at Orion the Hunter and Sensei. And it looks like they are currently chalking up for their first couple of throws. They are going to throw 3 here.
Ooh.
And with that dropped axe, Orion takes a 5-point lead going into throw 4.
That's big.
That's going to be difficult to overcome.
Orion, we've seen him before, in the previous matches here. He's steady.
He is. He took Connexik into 3.
Yeah. We sat here, we watched that. We were wondering, it's, a guy like that, I mean, he just seems like he's steady no matter what. He steps up to the competition when he has to, but he's just very steady in his throws.
Absolutely.
He's also got a very interesting throwing style I've seen.
Yes.
Not too many people will. Uh-oh. I'm seeing I saw a little shake of the head there.
Yeah. Someone almost lost a hand. So
he's I just know Orion likes to throw with a lot of momentum there.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's interesting. You don't see that a lot. Most players like to toe up to the line, have their point, and then everything is rock steady, the same every time.
And that's another cool thing about having a bunch of different people from all around the country is, you get to see a lot of different throws and a lot of different styles. Like some people will do like opposite foot. So like if they're right-handed, they'll actually start with their left foot out in front and lean into it with their right. To be like that doesn't work for me at all because I feel like I'm twisting my body over, stepping onto my right. But for some people, it really works. So, power to them.
Yeah, we've seen one guy holds the axe on his shoulder before he throws it.
Is his big axe or his hatchet?
No, just the hatchet.
Yep.
Just holds it there and then throws it. People like to keep the axe right up against their ear. That's another one. That one worries me every time I see it.
Right.
I mean, there's a lot of different throws, and we were talking about that earlier about even maybe not so much in this tournament that we've seen, but in other areas we've seen people kind of throw a little bit to the side.
Right.
You know?
Yep. Yeah, there's actually a guy here, Bobby Ford. He actually will start, like, for bullseyes, will start, like, to the left of the bullseye. Like, a lot of people will start straight on looking at it. He actually goes on the side and, like, will go at it from the side and throw in.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was, but one of the people that we were watching is almost right up against the board.
Yeah.
Like, whenever they throw. Like, I was like, wow. And that's just for bullseyes. That's not even for the clutch.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing to watch it, all the different styles, and see what works for people. So, yeah.
A rare score for Orion hitting a 3, but Luckily enough, Sensei just put 2 threes back to back, so we're going to the third throw. Orion 2-point lead, and we're going to see if Orion can keep it here. He's right back on track.
Yeah, yeah. Pretty much got right back on track of his game there. Again, you can tell that he's very much likes to keep everything the same, and he has his own rhythm too that he holds to. And I think that was part of it. Is Orion isn't as quick of a rhythm as Connexicon is, but he is quicker than most of the other people that are here, and I think that's why he could hang, with Connexicon.
All right. With that, did he call the 5? That was a 5. That puts
calls it a 5.
Sensei 7 points behind. He needs to hit clutch.
What's up, Adam?
Yep.
All right.
So going up top.
Does Daddy have a shout out for the chat?
Yeah. Adam Melchill says he wishes he was here and he misses everyone's beautiful faces.
Hey, Adam. Hey, thanks for joining us virtually. We appreciate it. Sensei just a little low.
It was right
So
on,
close.
right, yeah. A little
So
higher,
close.
and he would have had it dead end.
That's an old case of the Mondays right there.
Oh, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it an old case of the Mondays right there?
I hate Mondays. But I love lasagna.
Stop it. It doesn't make sense. We can't do. You can't leave the cast after just quoting Garfield.
Oh, yes, I can.
Folks, once again, this is Daddy. You'll see him throwing hopefully all weekend long.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
Hey, thanks for joining us on the
Yeah,
desk.
thanks for joining us.
And one thing I'll add, during that entire time, while we were talking with Daddy about the other throwing styles, about the other players, about all of that stuff, there was a little smile on his face every time we brought up a new something, and I think it showed one of two things. Number one, it showed that he knows that the road is uphill ahead of him.
Sure.
Every single person is here to win, and every single person has a chance to win.
Yeah.
Number two, it just goes back to saying, how everybody's just so excited to be here.
Yeah, I think that's definitely it. I can't say it enough. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of people here to be in this tournament. And on top of that, Joey brought it up. I mean, we have people from all over the country and different styles of throwing and everything. And I think that, when it all comes down to it, like, that's just part of, like, being part of this community and everything, and everyone's rooting for everyone, in the end. And, we see, like, little things here. Like, there are some big dogs that are in the court. But for the most part, those big dogs, somebody could step right in and push them out. We saw Orion almost push out Connexicon there, early on. And so, and Connexicon's the big dog. And so it's like, it is possible. It is possible. And I think that's what's great about this sport is that, even though there are people that are maybe more consistent, there is a way to get yourself on a hot streak.
Oh, yeah.
And as long as you keep riding that, you could ride it all the way to this trophy right here. And that's what's most important.
All right, but currently the match that you're seeing displayed is Game 3 tied up between Axhole and Mad Mac. They are on Big Axe, and we might be seeing the end of that game. It looks like... Ooh. Looks like we were waiting for the return. It was a 3-hit last, so a bullseye will take it. But not today.
Looks like keep moving along here. Well, this gentleman here has a nice set of coveralls that he's wearing.
Oh, Axhole dipping even further down.
Yeah, that was a really low throw there. So
I think that's match. I think they're calling it. Mad Mac is going to
Okay.
take that one 2-1.
Wow.
We're going to jump back into another one of the most fashionable throwers I've seen today. And he has so many words on his back, I can't tell which one he is.
Yeah, no, that's a great set of coveralls there. And, again, I don't know if I could throw in a pair of coveralls like that, but he seems to be making it work.
Again, I feel like I'd just be hot.
And it looks like he's wearing like some Ace Axe shoes here that are like borderline like wrestling shoes. That's interesting.
Oh, Pops. His name is Pops.
I love it.
You know,
I love it.
I'm just writing down the names of everybody who makes me go, huh. And those overalls, they make me go,
Yeah.
huh. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, coveralls, not overalls.
Yeah. Coveralls there, very.
One letter changes the entire outfit.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
with that, just to keep y'all updated, they are on game 2 in this best of 3. Currently, you see Pops on the right going into throw 2 with 5, and Sakira on the left also 5 points.
All right, over on 1 and 2 by me, and it's Ziggy Stardust and Orion the Hunter. Ziggy Stardust and Orion the Hunter.
Oh, there's a Ziggy Stardust here. That's amazing.
I was going to say, for those of y'all who couldn't hear it over the broadcast, we just heard the announcer call out the match for Ziggy Stardust and Orion the Hunter, which, if that's not the name of a Grateful Dead album, I don't know what is.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's great.
Throw 4 here for Pops and
I might
Sakira.
also add that Pops, I believe, has a Grateful Dead patch on his
Oh, yeah!
his coveralls there. Yeah, look at that.
Now, I can't remember if the heart is on the left or the right side, but I do truly hope that that Grateful Dead patch is the one over his heart.
True.
What did he have in the other one?
Yeah,
that
it
it?
is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, and with that, I think Pops, Pops
Did he win?
takes that one too.
Look at that.
1-2, Pops locking him away fairly quickly.
A man of business. I like it.
And now I gotta look at this Ziggy Stardust versus Orion the Hunter we've got on the other set of lanes here.
Yeah,
Oh, just the names alone bring me excitement.
absolutely.
We are in round 1 of 3 here, and they've currently not missed a bullseye between the two of them.
Very fast paced, too, both of them.
They both know what they want, and that's a win. Both want to see those dubs up today.
Mad Mac.
Nice shot. I'm not
Oh.
sure if Orion managed to pinch it the whole way through.
I don't think he did. I think his is out. It looks like on an angle, and it looks like it's not completely in.
He has asked for a taller ref to come and
Yeah.
check if it is
Fair.
peeked through the top.
Fair. Are you saying a little bit out? Yeah. Is that it? Or no, did he call it good? I can't tell.
No, it looks like they're going to big
Yeah,
axe
I was
here.
going to say. I thought he called it no good, so.
There was a chip taken off of the top. And with that, Ziggy is going to start the big axe round.
Another head thrower with big axe.
All right, over on
Good
7
sync.
and 8,
Little bit high there. Orion can lock it away with a bullseye. However, we have seen him be wobbly with these one-handed throws before. See if he can pinch it.
It amazes me. He gets that axe all the way behind him. I mean, that thing almost hits his back when he throws it. That's crazy. Looks like they disagree here on the call. So Captain will be our official. He'll go in and check it out. He's
Ref
gonna say
saying
it's
no
a 3,
good.
Yeah.
Captain makes the call. They both got a 3 there, which means they're going to be throwing back-to-back again. Still looking to bull it in. That's right as rain.
Yeah.
Just watch the momentum that Orion gets with that
It's a
step.
big
and that.
windup. Wow.
Nice. It works for him.
Yeah.
Moving on up, we're going to clutch.
Yeah, that's such a big wind up there. That's crazy. But it does. It works for him. It's great.
And one thing I noticed with that throw specifically, he did a much better job deciding where he wanted the hand on that. And not only that, but he definitely kept it straight up and down right as it came over his back.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, again.
Beautiful throw,
yeah.
beautiful form.
Yeah, great follow through on it.
That being said,
Oh, that's going to be a little bit off, it looks like.
no good. It
Yeah.
goes all the way, but first round goes to Ziggy.
Yeah. Yeah, Ziggy definitely took that with that one. Real close, though. Real close. So again,
That's what we like to see.
yeah, like I said, these guys match pace for pace here. It's pretty good.
More fives than an Abraham Lincoln convention? Don't worry, folks. We'll get there. Well, actually, it'll probably only get worse from here.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But we still got a lot of throwing to go. I'm not looking at that bracket. I do not know if we have a link to be able to show the viewers the bracket. It looks like we don't, but maybe we can look at supplying one for the tourney tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there'll be something up tomorrow, I'm sure.
At least something to view so y'all know who's making it through for the rounds that you don't get to see on screen. But throw number 5. Currently, Ziggy has a 2-point lead.
Oh, wow.
Ziggy's was off.
Both.
I think Orion's got it.
Yeah.
With that, Orion takes a second round. We've
Yeah,
got
wow.
ourselves a 3-game match.
Yeah, and again, both close, very close. So once again, setting the pace, each one of them. Bulls all around.
All right, folks, and we've actually got Slab up here who has told me that we can get y'all a viewable bracket. So if you're interested in how the tournament's been progressing off screen, I'll be getting you guys that link here real soon.
Nice.
But for the match at hand, Orion versus Ziggy, once again, they are tied 20-all going into the last throw. Let's see if either of them can clutch it out before it gets to Big Axe.
Yeah, both of these competitors have been very, very similar. So it looks like now we are going to Big Axe. And here's Orion with his big windup. And that is a bull, it looks like. Yep, he's going to call it good. And Ziggy. And that's it. So it looks like Orion won there.
Congrats to Orion, still moving forward through. Ziggy definitely had a good showing, though.
I'll tell you what, it was like they matched throws, throw for throw, and it always came down to the clutch throw, and even those were close. Very well matched competitors, very well. Right. Whoa, this is crazy. We got coveralls versus robe.
This is truly the most fashionable showdown.
Oh, yeah, and Pops, he's got the rosin. Oh, this is amazing. I love this.
Right. For those of you guys following along at home, we did throw a link into the chat where you can view the bracket. That gets updated live as people get knocked down into the B bracket and move forward. So if you would like to see what matches are now, what matches are up and coming, just check the YouTube chat, and you'll be able to pull that up. Be warned, it is a large website with a lot of information, so it's going to take a hot second to load. But to your left, we've got Ash Clutchum. To the right, we've got Pops, and currently we're sitting 5 apiece.
And I'll tell you what, Ash Clutchum is the guy that I was thinking of that hugs all the way over to the right.
Yep.
So whenever he's standing right next to Pop, who is clearly a center thrower, he's like really close. Like it would be. I mean, like it would be a little uncomfortable for me, I would think.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Pops is going to be bothered by it today, though.
No, he's steady as rain.
Pops double checking that
Line
one.
it up. He's saying he's got a 3.
Okay. I was about to say, Pops looks like he's favoring the bottom of that bullseye circle.
Yeah, he's pretty much in that same zone each time.
That one looking a bit low.
Yeah, they're both checking on each other. They're both calling it.
All right, so I believe
we have an error in the scoring.
Yeah, what they're talking about right now, I believe one of the ones that we believed were a 5 was, he said was a 3. But, oh, there we go. Oh. Ah, I see. So that currently means they are tied 18 all.
Okay. Okay.
I believe. I'm not sure if we're doing a little wibbly wobbly.
Yeah, I think our scoring is messed up. We went for clutch.
It's all right.
I'm not sure if he got it or not.
Most importantly, the ref and the players know what's going on.
Yeah.
So Pops did take that game. They did call it in favor of Pops.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure how the score settled there, but
we know Pops won.
Yeah.
All right.
Going into round number 2, Pops this time gets the chewed up board.
Yeah. And it looks like it's interesting on that one. It looks like he's dead center on each one of his shots. So I wonder if it a little bit did have to do with, you know, Ash being a little bit closer to him on that side.
Certainly could see that. Pops puts a 3 down for that, which puts Ash up 2 points.
Oh, he's calling a 3 already.
Yeah, that one's clear.
And Ash follows through with the bull.
And a 4-point lead going into throw number 4. It's not looking good. You're praying if you're Pops.
Yeah, yeah.
Now Pops is already up 1 game.
Oh, and he's calling a 3 on himself again there.
I think he just has to put this one behind him.
Yeah.
He's got to think about game 3 at this point.
Yep.
6 points down.
Yeah, it looks like
a 3.
Looks like that left lane there did not favor him at all.
Pop's only hope is for a bounced axe.
Yeah. And
no such luck today.
Yeah. Dead on.
Ash manages to bring it back, taking us to game 3 to determine the winner today. Will it be the full body covering sinking it away, or the flowy laurel? What are those things called on the back of a jacket that like composers flip out before they sit at a piano?
Coattails?
The long flattering coattails of a high-socked gentleman.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely, you know, as far as fashion-wise, this is the match of the night.
And I feel like tomorrow is only going to get bigger.
I would have to assume so. I mean, like I said, it's some of these throwers really take their character, like, you know, to different levels when it comes to dressing up for these tournaments and everything. And I think it's great. I mean, it's amazing to me. Like I said, I mean, the most I've ever seen was Jigsaw. I mean, the guy showed up looking like Jigsaw. It was amazing.
Love to see it. What we don't love to see is maybe another 3 for Pops.
He's saying he's going to get an official's look there. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that Jigsaw could have done any better last year was have a little tricycle that he rode right up to the right. You know, like, I mean, that was it. I mean, like, he had the whole thing going on. So, yeah.
They're calling it good.
Yeah, okay. Here we go.
So then I believe that's going to take us into throw number 4. Yes,
yeah.
Throw number 4, 2-point lead for Pops.
Ooh.
And that lead might shrink just a bit. I think that's going to bring it to a tie game.
Yeah, that's the way it looks.
18 all, last throw. And
looks like they're going to go up top.
They bring out their clutch axes for this one.
Ooh. And that one is going to be a little bit high.
A little bit high, but not a bad throw.
No, he's
Ash
calling it
is
good.
Calling it good.
And yeah, and Pops agreed. Wow.
Ash calling it forward. A little bit of wonderful camaraderie between the two competitors.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here.
Absolutely.
I mean, between two such high fashion gentlemen
Absolutely,
such as themselves.
yeah.
There's a certain prim and proper etiquette.
I just noticed that Pops has the Grateful Dead also on his axe.
My man knows what he likes.
Yeah.
And he rocks it.
Absolutely. Well, that's great. That's the first time I've seen somebody put something actually on the blade. That's amazing.
Yeah, that is kind of curious. I mean, really, only one part of your axe is sinking in.
Yeah.
How much does a sticker affect?
It's a good question, right? Yeah. I mean, you know.
Where's MythBusters?
It's a good question.
This is a science only Bill Nye could answer now.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he's the only one I've seen so far that's had a sticker on the blade. You know, everybody else, maybe the way they tape the handle is a little bit different, but yeah, that's a first.
All right, and it looks like on these lanes we're getting another hotly contested matchup. To the left, you know him, you love him, Ash Clutchum, and to the right, Orion the Hunter, the man who took Connextic in 3 games and is making an incredibly strong showing today.
Yeah, definitely. Incredibly strong showing, and, you know, I mean, look, like I said, it's almost like he's got, like, ice in his veins. Like, he's very methodical. He's got a rhythm that he works. His throws are always pretty much the same. I mean, it's amazing to watch him do it. It's almost robotic.
Yeah, we have certainly seen a couple of threes coming out, but still, the consistency, we're seeing mostly bullseyes.
Yeah.
We're seeing a cool and calm demeanor. And I hope we get to see some more clutch throws.
Yeah, I definitely think that we are.
Somebody turned up the vibes.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. A little reggaeton. I like it. I'm down.
Ooh.
3.
I keep wanting to call Ash Seth. He looks like a guy I went to high school with. But Ash there, he really likes to just toe in right at the top.
Yeah, he's definitely that kind of thrower. Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
A lot of his throws, his axe ends up perpendicular to the board itself.
Yeah.
Currently a 23-16, Orion the Hunter in the lead. Ash Clutchum needs to hit a clutch here. A little high.
Can't tell, yeah. Yep.
Ash is definitely one of the throwers that we've seen. We've seen a lot of people dancing around the clutch, whether by a large margin or a small margin.
Yeah.
He's definitely been keeping it within a small margin.
Yeah, you can tell that it's something that, you know, he's got a zone that he hits each time. You know, yeah, we've seen a lot of, you know, throws all over the place, you know, for the clutch. You know, with the hatchet, you know, obviously with big axe too, but yeah, he's got that area that he hits in. You know, and it's hard to argue against. You know, sometimes you get so much into like a way to work and everything that it's hard to adjust something that small to get it just in, and it can be frustrating if you keep missing and it's just by that much.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And it's one of those things where, you know, 3 years ago, whatever you threw right there would probably be considered a clutch throw.
And I think that's it. I think that's definitely it, is that he, you know, last year he definitely would have had a lot of those. But this year, because of the new measurements, it's a lot harder.
See, I think the real question is, when do they add the super clutch? An even smaller target in the middle board right between the two clutches.
Hey, you never know. You never know.
Or maybe like
the game has to evolve, right?
Maybe they hang a string in the middle, and if you cut the string, it's worth 20
like
points.
Right in half.
Give me some modifiers of this. Somebody should be skeet shooting
I'm
with
down
axes
with that.
out of the air.
I'm down with that. I'm down with the flaming axe. I mean,
ooh, yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm all for it.
Orion does drop that one to Ash. Ash manages to sink it thanks to Orion's missed clutch there. And with that, it's 1-1. Once again, we're going to Game 3. We're seeing a lot more Game 3s now.
Yeah, and as the night moves on, I think that's what we're going to start seeing, because a lot of these guys are in their zones, in their rhythms, and that's what we're going to start seeing. You know, a lot more competitive games.
I can't wait till we start hitting the best of fives.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Yeah.
As soon as we hit best of fives, I think, you know, we've been talking about how during these matches, especially the earlier ones, we saw the moment where players went, oh, this isn't for fun, this is for win now. And I think by the time we hit best of fives, I think that's when everybody's just going to wake up and be like, oh, we're going hard from the onset.
Well, and the other thing, too, that I wonder, and this is also something that, it plays into how everything works tomorrow. Is there a point, like, in this, seeding tournament where you say, I kind of like where I'm at, I'm good, I don't need to throw anymore, I don't want to overwork myself for tomorrow. I feel like if I'm right here and if I lose, then it's okay. Or are you just going to be so competitive that you want to go all the way to the #1 seed? But by doing that, do you risk, like, maybe your arm's sore tomorrow?
So from what I've heard from just talking to other players, the amount of throwing that they've done over the past couple of years to prepare themselves for whatever sport may come. Excuse me. The amount these guys throw just in practice and in tournament play and in exhibition play, a lot of them don't feel that tiredness anymore unless it's multiple days, is what I've heard.
Okay, that's fair.
I've heard a couple of players really say, the time that their arm gets sore is when they're practicing leading up to the tournament, and then maybe they have to take a little breather beforehand and let it rest up a bit.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that there's a, especially for people that, have been in these tournaments, over the years and everything, they're, it's just, again, it's just like any other athlete, right? Like, athletes take time, some athletes take time off before the playoffs start. Other athletes don't. They keep going, right? It's better for them to keep going. Other ones like to take a little bit of time off and go through it. I mean, I'm sure everybody has their preference, but, I mean, like I said, like, I wonder if you're one of those people that kind of like to take things easy, are you going to really push yourself to go deep into this tournament, or are you just going to kind of hang back and say, I'm happy where I am, I'm going to go get my grub on, maybe it's Miller time, and just watch everybody else, So
that is fair. And, there's definitely valuable information to be gleaned from just kind of stepping back and saying, instead of playing my best, I'm going to focus on looking at everybody else.
Well, and there might be an advantage to that, too, because as Daddy was saying, there are people that are here that have different styles, and they're from different parts of the country. You might be playing against people that you've never seen before. So maybe you want to scout those people out a little bit, right? Maybe you want to see, is this person like a Conexican where, they like to stay in a groove and keep going and keep going? If I play them, that's not my style, so how do I break them of that, if we're going to play each other? There's little differences like that when you talk about when you get into the tournament, those things matter.
Absolutely.
They may not matter today, but tomorrow it's going to matter.
Tomorrow it's definitely going to matter a lot. Stepping up to the plate now, we see Daddy versus the Hawk.
Okay. All right.
Once again, a wonderful Marvel comic. Marvel, call us. I'll sell you that idea for anything, please.
So Daddy's also one that he's very quick.
Something that I know that Daddy and Conexican do a lot of practicing together.
Yes.
They both throw out of Ace Axe throwing. I don't know if I would go as far as saying mentor-mentee type relationship, but they definitely throw it together a lot.
You know what? Actually, going back to the Conexican making axes, Conexican made Daddy's axe. I remember that from last year. Yeah.
All right, well then we're going to upgrade it to Padawan and whatever the other one is called. But
I think that's I remember that from last year.
What I'm curious about is you watch Daddy release from the throw, so to speak.
Yeah.
And he takes a very similar stance.
Yes.
His other foot, like Conexican, when he throws, his other foot comes down fast, and he stands there, and he becomes that presence. Daddy, I notice, he takes a little bit more time, but once he is satisfied with his throw, boom, his head goes down, the other foot comes down. I don't know if that's just maybe a little something he picked up through his practicing.
I'm sure. Like it's when you talk about a sport that very much depends on the technique like this. I mean, all those little things matter. I mean, it's like shooting a basketball. It's like throwing a baseball. It's like hitting a baseball. I mean, all the mechanics matter more than just, you know, going through the motions. And so whenever you have something that works, you obviously want to stick with it. And I can imagine that those are little things that, you know, maybe you notice or maybe other people notice and then they point them out to you. And so maybe when you're not doing so great, they're like, hey, you know, this is why you're not doing so great, because when you were throwing before, you were doing this. Mm-hmm. You know, and I could see that, especially when you have a teacher like Connexicon, right, who's very automatic, you know, that has that technique down to an absolute science. You know, I always think about like field goal kickers in football. You know, they set up one way. They like the ball placed a certain way. Like there's a whole rhythm to what they do, and if they get out of that rhythm, then they miss.
Absolutely. So interestingly enough, in this match, the Hawk, it looks like the Hawk managed to take round number 1.
Okay.
We are in round number 2 here, and we are going to Big Axe to determine who takes the second one.
Okay.
This is interesting. I have not gotten to see the Hawk throw yet, so I'm excited to see them. Daddy, like I mentioned, longtime Ace Axe thrower. So, yep, there he is, trademark basketball shorts.
And if I'm correct, I remember Daddy also. Oh, there's a dropped axe there. Daddy also only a recent thrower to the sport. Only like a couple of years in.
Yep, definitely more recent than you would expect from somebody with his statistics.
Yeah, with his stats, absolutely. Yeah.
But it actually, it looks like our scoring app is updating just a little bit slower than the action is going.
Slower here,
The Hawk did manage to take match number 2, which means Daddy needs to bring it back. He needs a reverse sweep here.
Well, and with, you know, the Hawk also had a dropped axe there, so he's got a 0 on the score, and that's not going to help him. And I think that throw is a bit high that he just did there. So.
Yep. Daddy's a bit low, but he did have the lead by 7, so beginning of the reverse. The pressure is definitely on Daddy tonight, but, you know, we've talked before. He's mentioned that the pressure doesn't really get to him.
No, he's very laid back. I mean, and I wonder if that has to do with him being such, you know, new to the sport, you know, compared to a lot of other people here. You know, he's very good at what he does, and he has the stats that you would think he's been throwing for years upon years, but, you know, he's really only a couple of years in, and I think that that's part of it. Like, he just is kind of enjoys what he's doing, and, you know, he takes that mindset that he's still new and he has a lot more to do and grow, and I think that's part of it. He just doesn't overstress himself too much.
Yeah, generally with new players in any sport, you can expect one of two things. You'll expect either the cocky hothead who comes in being very arrogant.
Sure.
Or you get the imposter syndrome where, you know, do I really belong here with all of these other top throwers in the nation? And Daddy seems to have managed to circumvent both of those and land himself right in the middle of,
I was going to say.
He knows who he is. Yeah. He knows he can throw, and he's just here to throw.
And I think that he's also like a guy that I think he likes when people underestimate him. And I think that that's something about him that, you know, if somebody underestimates him, he likes that, because it almost gives him a little bit more, you know, of a competitive advantage. I'm pretty sure he probably thinks, you know, and again, it's because he's very new to the sport, but he's also very good. He's very talented.
Yeah. And I mean, if we're going to talk about talent too, important to note, the Hawk in that last match pulled a 3 on the third throw, had to come back with a clutch to manage to even make it to Big Axe. And, you know, generally at this point, when we see a 3 go on the board, it's a death sentence.
Yes. No, that's absolutely right. You're absolutely right about that. Yeah, and again, Hawk also another competitor that it's hard to get a read on his emotions because it's like poker face.
Absolutely, just no emotions going. Oh, something's happening outside, but more stuff's happening inside. Daddy does manage to pull it in. They're calling ups. I don't know if Daddy wanted to call it ups there.
Oh, look at that.
A kiss for
little
the caster.
showboating. little high there for the Hawk. Little high, but right on target, though. Just a little high.
I'm not saying I'm biased, but I do like the people who kiss me more than those who don't.
Here we go. Daddy taking his time. And to the left. But definitely in that range, though.
Yep. Both of them are just going to be dancing around that clutch, waiting for somebody. Like he said, Daddy said it himself. It's a little bit of luck.
Yeah, yeah. And I think that's great that, that he said that because, there is a lot of skill in obviously getting it there. But sometimes, sometimes it's better to be lucky, So
absolutely. There is 100% a method where you can learn to throw and be able to hit that 100% every single time.
A little bit to the left.
No, but I don't think anybody's going to be able to get to that point for a while.
Sure.
And by the time they get to that point, the clutch rules might change again.
Probably change. You're probably right. You're probably right.
Honestly, I think one of the reasons the original clutch rules were changed was because everybody was hitting them so easily.
And that makes sense, honestly. There was a lot more that you could do to get in the clutch, right?
Yep.
And there were players that could definitely get in that range and just enough to be able to score that, and that's how it would be scored. And so, yeah, I do think that they had to do something to make it harder, right? That sometimes that's how sports evolve, and they need to be that way because otherwise, it just stays stagnant. And it's always like I always think about like bowling. Like you can only, not that getting a 300 is easy, but you can only get a 300, and then that's it.
Yeah, that is the best.
Yeah, and so that's kind of it, and there's nothing to really change that, right? Like at least in golf, there's different courses that have different, par levels and everything like that. So, heads up for the axe throwing, the International Axe Throwing Association, for them saying like, hey, let's figure this out so that we can make this a little bit more challenging and evolve as a sport.
And what's exciting is that we're still so young into the advancement of axe throwing.
Yeah.
It's still a very young sport. We could still see there's many different ways that I could see. Like you mentioned, golf has different courses.
Yeah.
Well, what if we got some different targets?
Right.
What if we got some different textured targets?
Absolutely.
I think there's so much you can do within such a limited palette, and I'm excited to see where they take it.
Yeah.
I'm also excited to see how long they managed to take this one on.
Yeah.
They're currently 16 points into overtime.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, it's throw for throw. It's amazing.
They're matching so much.
Ooh, a little high there, too.
Daddy throwing for his life. But the Hawk got the first shot on this one. Daddy can put it away. Bring it to a game 5.
Oh, yeah, still in that range, right? It's like right there, and it's just not enough.
All right, over here on 7 and 8, the far down lane. I need Bob Bergman and burrito time. Bob Bergman and burrito time.
Oh, again, close. No cigar, though.
Daddy once again going to try to close it to stay alive in the match.
Oh, rare low throw there from Daddy. I wonder if just the amount of throws is getting to him.
Yeah, well, when you throw with, 80% accuracy, if you throw with 80% accuracy, that means 1 out of 5 throws is going to miss. So,
ooh, think that's out? He's asking for a measurement.
Ooh, he's down.
Say now? Okay. I mean, like
that was the close, though.
I'm just thinking, though. I mean, you don't throw big axe a lot, right? And I mean, these guys are in how many throws now? I mean, that's got to get tiring.
Oh, wow! There it is.
Wow. And he's calling good, and so is his opponent. So yeah.
Yeah. Since the Hawk threw first, that does mean Daddy takes game 4. All the way, reverse sweep. Can it be done?
Here we go.
Once again. Well, I guess once again we can take a quick 2-minute break as they just throw in some bowls.
Yeah. I mean, I think this. These guys are both automatic. I mean, it's it's something else to watch. And I think that as we move along in the tournament here, we're probably going to see a lot more of that, right? I mean, a lot more, you know, 5s going all the way down. So
what was interesting was at the end of match 4 there, the one that Daddy took, the Hawks still had a smile on their face, almost like saying, thank God that game is over. Let's get to this one.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, you only throw Big Axe so many times. And, like, those guys must have did, what, 10 throws?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of throws for, you know, an axe. I mean, those axes are heavy.
Call
you know,
high.
so, yeah, I would assume that you know, that matters. You know, I'd probably be up there, too, going, all right, why don't you just go ahead and finish this off? Because, like,
I was gonna
you
say, you know, golfers have caddies. Where's the axe caddies?
That could be a way to evolve the sport.
The axes.
Yeah, that could be a way to evolve the sport.
Oh, those hatchet clutches. Oh, Daddy's calling it no good.
Yeah.
I could not see where the Hawk was. It looked like Daddy was pushing the Hawk away. Like,
yeah.
No, don't worry about it. This one's good.
Yeah.
But
so we're going back to Big Axe here.
And now
Game
it's all
5.
on the line.
Yeah, Game 5. Big Axe. This is great.
All right, Daddy's going to get first throw here.
Ooh.
That's not what you want to see.
No, that's a 3.
That's not good.
Yeah. So
the Hawk has definitely been bowling it in all night. Can finish the game here.
Oh, a rare miss. Wow.
Not yet.
Wow. Okay.
Daddy's down, but he ain't out.
No. Lives to throw again.
Right. And what that means is that
high throw. And the Hawk was getting his groove on over here to this song.
I think the Hawk's on a vibe.
Yeah, I think he is too.
Whether or not this shot misses, they're having a great time.
Ooh, another 3.
That might have toe in.
No, he's saying 3.
They're both.
Oh, man, these guys, I'm telling you, like, these guys' forearms have got to be, like, on fire. This is great.
The exasperated smiles and laughs coming from both of them.
Yeah.
Love it, love it.
Oh,
Austin.
Low.
What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, wow. It's got to be the amount of throws. It has to be. I mean, these guys just don't normally hit 3s like this. And he's calling a 3 for that, too. Look at that.
A 3. It might just be the monotony, too.
Yeah, that could be it.
After a while, your brain just kind of doesn't float to other subjects, but you just kind of stop thinking about what you're doing and rely on muscle memory. And sometimes that stops you from making those critical little adjustments you need to make to your throw.
Absolutely. Oh, that's going to be a 3 as well. A little bit. Even the judges are getting a little wary. They're like, come on. Why can't you guys just be good?
Remember when this was for seeding?
Right. There we go.
Going to try to end his embarrassment.
There we go.
There you
Look
go.
at that.
That's a bullseye.
Straight in. Pressure's on now.
The Hawk is going to try to gear up to match. Has to hit the bullseye.
Oh,
and now is when they both decide to hit bullseyes.
Look, this reminds me of like a home run hitting competition. Like one just matches the other one like back to back, and it's like who's going to be the first one to flinch?
Well, we are back up to the clutch. And I'm wondering, considering how those bullseyes went, I'm wondering how these clutch shots are going to go.
I mean, I mean, like I said, it's a lot of throws with the Big Axe. Woo! That one was really high.
We might be going back to bullseyes.
Yeah. Yeah, I would think so.
No, we were saying we were going to be seeing less 3s as the tournament went on, but I think this is the most 3s I've seen in a single match tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Daddy.
Low.
right, let's see if the Hawk can put it away.
Ooh. Oh. And he says he's got it. Yep.
That's an easy thumbs up. Daddy's like, yeah, no, I can see it from here.
Wow.
What a match.
That was great. Wow. And, look, if you're Daddy, you can't be disappointed in that performance. I mean, it went down to the very last, and, like, the games just back to back to back. It's crazy. Like, great competition there.
Yeah, just couldn't ride the momentum through to that final game. But honestly, I think part of that's also just the Hawk refusing to be a part of that momentum.
I'll tell you what, yeah, you're not wrong about that. I mean, and again, I think that throwing that big axe so many times, like, just got to these competitors, and that ended up being it. And, we saw some way off clutch shots, but on that one, I mean, it just split it perfectly.
Yep. Coming up on these lanes, we are going to see the return of King Lumber Axe and all of his regal subjects, and Native.
I feel like you should have a
man
crown.
of the land.
If you're going to call yourself king, you should have a crown.
I wonder if he didn't want to bring it out for today.
Oh, that's true, right?
There is always time.
True. Yeah, I mean, like Jerry Lawler, every time he comes to announce, like, he's got a crown and the get up and everything. I feel like that's how you have to be. If you're the king, you got to represent.
All right. King Lumberax gonna start strong with a 2-point lead. Native just kind of shaking his head. They're like, nah, just hold on.
Yeah.
Calibrating.
Yeah.
But King, throughout most of his games, we've seen King be pretty consistent.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the consistent ones for sure. A little bit of a slower pace than other throwers, but it works for him.
Absolutely, and he's going to hold on to that 2-point lead at the end of throw number 3. Remember, folks, if you do want to see the bracket, if you want to see what matches are going on now, what matches are coming up,
there for King.
and how people are doing, maybe if you have a favorite, you can shout them out there in the chat.
So they're tied up now.
Ah, got you. Check out the chat for the bracket link. You can find that in our YouTube chat. Currently, just like American Kyle said, 18 all.
Ooh. Oh, that looks like that might be in.
And I don't know if this is necessarily correct. I believe it is. It's important to note that this does show up as a best of 3 and not a best of 5. So
we must still have some of the lower.
Yeah, I think we're jumping in the brackets a little bit. We may be moving into the semis in some spots.
I gotcha. Yeah, I was wondering that too when it popped up, 1 of 3, but I guess that's probably correct.
Yep. So if we're assuming that's a best of 3, King Lumberax took the first game. He only needs to take 1 more.
Yeah, and I mean, just a dead-on clutch shot too there to take the win.
Absolutely, but Native is not going to go down without a fight. Certainly keeping it competitive here, and it looks like he's cleaned it up a little bit. We did see a 3 from him on his first throw last time, but as I say that, as I say that,
there. Yep, 3.
Ah, okay. Well, I'm caster curse. I will not speak of it any longer.
King there with a consistent pull. And Native going to call himself a 3. He's going to have King come over and take a look. And he's going to say it's 5 though, so.
Agrees to a 5. King not going for the clutch here. He's calling for the bullseye.
Native going up top.
Native got to hit up top to be able to bring it back. If not, then the match will be over. Really taking his time with this one.
Oh, wow.
That's a great shot. Native stays in and takes it the big axe.
Wow.
A beautiful shot. You know, the extra time he took there really worked out for him.
That was clutch. I mean, he definitely Took a little bit of extra time there, and it definitely paid off for him. I mean, that was right there. Wow. It's hard to get a more perfect throw than that.
I believe I heard the King tell Native to go ahead and take his practice.
Oh, okay.
So this may be a practice shot. It may not be. We're going to see if the score updates for me here. All right, so it looks like that one was the practice shot, and King is going to take first throw.
There we go.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Like?
He's
going to
say
say
it's good.
in. Okay.
That's in.
Okay.
It's really hard to call it when you're not straight on the target.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have the best view here, but, you know, yeah, to us it might look out, but, you know, when you're right there.
Native going to try to match.
Look at
It's
that.
good.
Buries it.
Hit it with the practice, hit it in real life. Now we're going up.
Nice. Nice.
Oh, the first clap wasn't good enough for him.
Yeah. All right. King taking his time. Single hand thrower. Oh, wow.
What a throw.
He's saying
but he's
no.
going no good.
He's
it's
saying
too
no.
high.
It's too high. Wow. Oh.
That was, oh, man, what a throw.
Oh, that was a beaut, but not just centimeters away. Wow. Centimeters away.
Native's got the chance to steal here.
Yep. Also a single-handed axe thrower.
Oh! It might be high. I think it's high again.
Look at that! Wow, same spot. Same spot. You got to be kidding me.
All right.
Wow.
We've had two. Let's see if we can get
Right.
Let's get the turkey. Let's get the turkey.
Wow. Same spot.
All right, King Lumberex.
Low.
They're tearing up that side of
Yeah,
the
I
clutch.
feel like that board is just going to come down.
All right, I need to defend what's over by me on 5 and 6. Fenway
All right.
on lanes 5 and 6.
Let's see if Native can dial it in here.
Oh, too high.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, I still can't get over that.
Oh, it's like the exact same throw both times.
It was like watching Robin Hood split the arrow.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Lumber Axe back up to the plate. This is going to be their third.
Oh, way low.
Ooh.
Way low on that one.
That one, little loose. That one got away from him.
Yeah, he kind of made a face whenever he released it. I think he already knew that it was going to be off by a lot.
He is a game up, so he does have a little bit of room for error, but, I mean, you really just want to kind of clinch this one away if you can.
Sure, absolutely. Oh, a little bit low, but target in that area.
With that, they are going to be going back down.
Going back down to the bowl. There we go. Dead center.
No contest. Never seen anyone jam dance to Primus before, but I dig it. I love it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's in.
He ain't no race car driver. He's an axe thrower, and he's landing, and they're going right back up. They both nearly hit the clutch the first time they went back up. Let's see if we can get a repeat. Ooh.
Slightly low. Slightly low. On target, but slightly low. That's gotta like make your heart skip a little bit, you know?
It's that moment of, did I get it?
Yeah,
No.
right. Man.
Native again, really taking his time to line up the shot. Oh, it's the same spot again. Twice in a row, they've hit the same spot.
It's
All right, now let's see King split this one straight down the middle.
I feel like if somebody splits it straight down the middle, that board's going to come crashing down.
It might. It might. See, now that's curious.
Okay, low.
If a board gets destroyed like that, do they play on a new one? Do they replace the board? I don't know.
Well, I mean, like, so that was why I was asking, like, if you're a thrower, do you get to decide when they replace the board? Because, like, a board like this might be getting pretty loose. Do I want to risk, like a no score? Like, you wouldn't want to do that, right? But if you put a new board in, then you risk the same thing, right? Because it's, like, it's stiff, right? So it's like, you know, what are you willing to play with there?
Yeah. Slab's been running around the tournament all day, making sure things go smoothly. So if we get a chance to steal him, I want to ask him some of these interesting rules questions.
Yeah. Also, like with the water, sometimes they spray water on it to make it a little bit more, give it a little bit more give, you know? I wonder if that's something that you can request, like, as a competitor. You know, oh, I'd like you to spray that board one more time, right?
And, I mean, if you're the king, you can just command people to do it for you.
Well, exactly.
So that's just not even fair.
That's the truth, yeah.
Rules rarely apply to kings.
Well, he doesn't have the crown on, though, so I don't think it matters today.
Nobody will believe him.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Native, once more.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely like
some people prefer robes and long sleeves. He prefers the no sleeves.
Yeah.
And once again,
I feel like if I was going to be in a tournament, that's how I would prefer it. You know, you got to go the sleeveless, I think. Like, it's, I don't know. I think it would be hard to throw in something that's long sleeve.
That is Native's chance.
That's a rare throw, right?
This is Native's chance to get right back in it. He could snake this round.
So
all he has to do is hit a 3.
Yeah, he's got a large target to work with here. And now look at him. You wonder if the pressure maybe is getting to him, right?
He is making sure that this is the end of this
look at
match.
That, and
nicely
drills
shot.
Drills it.
Y'all, we're not even done yet. It's time for Game 3 to determine who takes the match.
This is great. I mean, these guys,
They've announced like 5 other matches to begin in the time that just that overtime round took.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are, you know, it's some of the shots, like you said, I mean, that was the perfect analogy of like Robin Hood splitting the arrow, right? I mean, these shots were like, you would have thought that the same guy threw it. Like, it's crazy.
Oh, and I want to see him do it again.
Oh, look at that, King with another 3.
King might be wavering a little bit. Giving 4 points to Native right at the start of game number 3.
Yeah.
If Native can just keep sinking bullseyes, that can be enough to win.
Oh.
I said I wasn't going to cast force him anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
I'm sorry, Native. I'm sorry.
See how it goes.
I'm just going to talk about King from now on.
He's still got the lead.
2-point lead going into the last one. And I don't think Native will be calling ups here.
No.
This is a spot where you force Lumberaxe to hit the clutch.
Absolutely. And he does. King going up.
A king in his clutch. Will they unite?
No.
Not today.
Wow. That was a great match between 2 very, very spirited competitors. That was amazing.
Considering how round 2 went, I was expecting a much more climactic end to this one.
Sure. Yeah, I was too, but I think they were tired. I think they were just tired.
I think it showed in King Lumberaxe's first 2 throws.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like I said, when you throw the big axe that many times, I mean, that's gotta wear on you. And we see now they're changing the center board here.
Yep. And as they switch out the boards, we are going to switch our matches. As I pull up the one that's going on here. Let's see if I recognize either of these throwers. I see Sasquatch. I'm going to assume this is Sasquatch versus Burrito Time.
Nice. Yes. Again, quality nickname. Burrito Time. I love it.
Ooh. Burrito Time hits his clutch. Sasquatch not quite.
Look at that.
With that, Burrito
Love
Time
it.
takes the first one, and it does look like this game is another best of 3.
Okay.
So Burrito Time goes up 1-0. 1-0? 1-0. 1-0 would be like a zillion, and that's way too many points to get in axe throwing.
Now, you got to wonder, because sometimes nicknames are opposites, right? So is Burrito Time because he really likes burritos, or is Burrito Time because he hates burritos?
What if it's an analogy?
Ooh.
Like nope, I've got nothing. But Sasquatch. Oh, he's called Burrito Time because he's always on a roll.
There you go.
All right, it took me a couple extra seconds, folks.
There you go.
I get there. We've been casting for a hot minute now.
Yeah.
There's only so many words in the English dictionary, y'all.
Yes, very true.
But Burrito's not only up a game, he's also up 2 points going into the final throw.
Yeah, been very consistent.
Burrito Time calling for bullseye, not going to bother with the clutch. He does have the first shot, so why bother?
Sure, and he's
Nice.
dead center. And that's
All right.
where he's been the whole row. So, yeah, he's very consistent.
Sasquatch got to hit the clutch to stay alive. Taking the extra time, lining it up. That might be good.
Saying no. No.
Oh,
Little off.
pobre Sasquatch.
All right.
I'm trying my darndest not to sing Queen right now, but
Yes.
as we go through a little bit of a board change, as we look at the bracket and see how things are shaking out, we are going to go to a quick commercial break. Stay tuned. We're going to be back with more axe throwing here in a minute.
Ace, a skilled sharpshooter in their respective tradecraft. Do you have what it takes to be an ace? Located in Homestead, Pennsylvania at the Bank on 8th, Ace Axe Throwing is the place where you and your friends can throw axes, drink, have fun, and compete to become an ace. Open Monday through Sunday. Book your tickets online today at www.aceaxethrowing.com. Discover who the ace really is.
And welcome back, everybody. We have got quite a match over here on lanes 3 and 4. It is burrito time versus Daddy, and nobody gets in the way of Daddy's burrito time. Currently, we are in the second round of this best of 5. Burrito time looks like managed to clinch the first match, but Daddy does not want to let up now. We are seeing 5s all the way down. We are going into throw 4 of this one, currently tied 15 all. Daddy cocks back, gives another 5. We'll see if burrito time can match easily enough. Now comes the shot that matters. We're going to see if they can manage to grab some hatchet clutches. Now, we have seen Daddy hit the hatchet clutch many times. We haven't seen burrito time too much on stream today, so I'm excited to see how he lines up. He's got quite a solid shot. Ooh, Daddy might be there.
Wow.
Burrito time thinks he's got it. He might have just towed it in.
So Daddy's going to give it to him.
Daddy calls it cool, and once again, Daddy is in the spot where he needs a reverse sweep.
Yeah.
Daddy steps up, styling and wildin' to take that first shot. And it looks like that new board isn't screwing with either of these guys too much.
No.
Burrito time won the first match on the other side, and now Daddy seems to be sinking it just fine.
Oh, that could be a 3. Oh, he's calling it good.
Calling it good. Remember, you can, I believe you can break the paint. However, you cannot bleed.
Right.
These are no bleeds, baby. Doesn't matter too much till we get to the big axe anyways. And now that we're heading more into the semifinals portion, there's definitely a little more electricity in the air. Not so much people up and about and moving and vibing, but more there's a lot of electricity going on about the matches. A lot of the people who are left, a lot of the those who have been knocked out already, or they've kind of all picked their favorites at this point.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. I mean, like, you definitely see that there's, now that we got some of these people, out here, different matches going on and everything, you're right. You definitely see, maybe there's more people pulling for other people. Maybe people are just scouting. That's the other thing, too. I mean, again, there's a lot of people here that haven't necessarily, thrown axes here before, or maybe in a tournament, out here. So I think that, yeah, I mean, part of it's probably like a little bit of scouting going on, too.
Absolutely. Thanks to that dropped axe by Burrito in the 4th throw, Daddy does manage to clinch the 3rd game pretty easily. Now let's see if he can continue the reverse sweep. And there are, I mentioned some of the sports that I follow earlier. One of my favorite teams of all time, their name was SKT1. And one of the reasons they were my favorites is because in every single best of 5, they lost their first 2 games. But they would always take what they learned from those 2 games, turn it around and strategize it, and then stomp the other 3 back to back to back in quick fashion. And I don't think it translates too much into the sport of axe throwing here. There's not much to strategize against, so to speak. But it just shows that Daddy's not letting these things get to him.
Well, I think that sometimes, like I said, I think what's interesting about Daddy is that I think that
plays better under pressure?
I think he does, and some people are like that. It's some people, maybe they got to lose one, and then they kind of feel like the pressure's on, and then, they rise to the occasion. And then there are other people that, they just never lose, it seems like. And then when they lose, they don't know how to recover.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, everybody's different when it comes to competitive sports, and there are some teams that play better from behind than they do ahead.
Sure.
So, yeah, I think that that's definitely it. I mean, that's a dangerous way to play, right? But I mean, if it works, it works.
Absolutely. It's always dangerous to give your opponent an inch. The difference really comes in where You know, some opponents you can give them a finger and they'll take your whole arm.
Yeah.
Other opponents, they just don't know how to play with that advantage, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends. I mean, like I said, like maybe mentally you're setting a trap for them. I don't know. I mean, with axe throwing, I'm not as competitive as a lot of these people are, but I have been a competitive athlete before. I was a boxer early on in my life in the military and everything, and sometimes that's part of the game is, playing those mental mind games with people to where you make them think that they're winning, and then and they're not. There's a way of going about doing it, and it matters. And when you got so many rounds to go, that's kind of the best way to do it. And maybe when we get into these best of fives, best of sevens, maybe that is something that Daddy, maybe he likes giving up that first game. I don't know.
But we are currently in overtime. They are shooting for clutch with Big Axe.
Yeah.
Daddy's throw here.
All right, over on main side.
And that's something to where, again, I wonder if your Daddy, who has thrown the Big Axe a lot today, if that catches up to you later on in the rounds.
Absolutely might. We have seen a majority of his games going that way. That's interesting. Burrito Time doesn't step.
Yeah, I noticed that too. He's very he's stationary, and yeah, it's odd, right? But he's made it this far, so it's hard to say that it doesn't work for him.
Oh, absolutely.
So yeah, no follow through, just the throw. And single-handed at that. Wow.
That one floated in.
Yeah, he's going to take a closer look.
It looks good from our angle, but
he's saying no. He's saying it was a little bit out. And again,
a little out.
That's what we can't see from this distance. And again, it goes back to that narrowing of the clutch. Like a little bit out matters. Last year, that would have been in.
Last year, I think that one might have been in too, but that's coming up a little high. Both of them hitting green this time, but with 3 misses, that means they're going to go back down to bowling it in.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's the big difference, right, is that we've seen to where them doing that has shortened a lot of the earlier rounds, but now when we get into the more competitive rounds, it's dragging them out.
Ooh. Might be a little high, but I think we see the thumbs up there.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
No. Burrito Time was also called a 3.
Okay.
So to confirm, they are still tied. It is not over yet. Daddy did just kind of flub his chance at a victory, though, to go into round 4.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, going into round 5.
Oh.
That's not what you want to see.
It's very
Flipping
very
the
upset,
double birds.
Very upset with himself on that one.
Remember, they're trying to bull it in.
Yes.
That was not
bird.
a clutch shot.
Yeah, double bird.
I think that's going to be it. I think he managed to toe it in.
Yeah, I think he did too.
Daddy continuing the reverse sweep here. We're going into game number 5, 2-all. Now, here's when things get heated. And for all of these heated moments, we have to bring one of our spiciest casters to the desk. Let's chat. Give a round of applause for Joe Deasy.
Wow.
Yeah, Joe is normally the man behind the scenes making everything work, and now we're getting him on the microphone tonight. I mean, this is really good.
Cal, I'm everywhere.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Front of the scenes, back of the scenes.
I hear you.
Cleaning toilets, whatever you need here.
You're a man of many skills.
Yeah.
Man of many skills.
Jack of all trades, master of none, but still better than a master of one.
That is
exactly.
the truth. That is the truth.
So we were just talking about Daddy, and you know him pretty well. We were just talking about how new, comparatively to other people that have thrown for years, he is to the sport, but how it seems like I believe that he actually does better under pressure than he does out in front all the time.
I would agree with all of those points. So I'll tell you this. He is fairly new, a year or two throwing like competitively, and just drastically rose through the ranks.
Yes.
Obviously, when you're playing against Connexkin on the daily. But, we say this time and time again. This kid puts the time in, and so does Dave. I mean, these guys are here. So my office.
I'm going to cut in very briefly
please,
just
please.
because Daddy, with a dropped axe from Burrito Time, again in throw 4, Daddy, with the bullseye, places it out of reach, wins by 10 points, and manages this time to complete the reverse sweep. Now, as you were saying about Daddy.
That was it. They just got the fist pump, and it sounds like they're on to the next game. But, yeah, my office is right next to the targets here.
Yeah.
And when I'm going into work, Daddy and Connexkin are here practicing.
Wow.
Daddy has a key. He works here.
Wow.
I mean, these guys are putting the time in. So, I mean, you're seeing it.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's he's definitely has the talent, that he's he's in a very high position in the rankings and everything now, despite not being around for very long. But like I said, I feel like he almost, and maybe it's because he plays against Connexkin, right? That he's always behind, and he's, so I feel like maybe he like lives in that sort of area, because we've seen him drop the first game so many times, but then he comes back with a vengeance.
I like that analogy, and you are right. When you're competing against Connexkin, you kind of almost always are second. And he's beat him in a couple weeks. I'll give Daddy that that call.
All right, switching lanes here a little bit while we figure out who is going to get into lanes 3 and 4. We do have to your left Spartan and to your right Native. We are in game 3 of this best of 5, and currently they have each taken a game, so this is still anybody's match. With that last set of throws, we're going into throw number 4, currently tied 11 all, and I'm seeing a lot of threes on this scoreboard for both players.
Yeah.
Spartan's a local guy. I believe he throws out of Valhalla. Yep, you got the Valhalla T-shirt on. He's a pretty good thrower.
Yeah, we've seen him a couple of times here. He's pretty consistent, with everything that he does. And Native, we just watched an absolute marathon, in his last one. So
is he putting a show on?
It was just one throw after another. They just went into overtime after overtime after overtime. So yeah, and again, this is something that we were talking about before. Like, when you go that far, throwing a big axe that many times over and over and over again, does that get you tired for like these later rounds and stuff?
I mean, dude, they got to throw a whole day tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that's what I was saying. I was saying that, are you competitive enough to where you're like, I'm definitely going deep into this to try to get a high seed, or is there a point to where you just call it and say, you know what, if I lose, I lose. I'm good where I'm at. I'll show up tomorrow and just do it from there.
I think these guys are competitive. You're seeing it.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, I can't tell you how many ones we've seen go 10, 12 throws deep, and they're all big axe, and you can just see, it wearing on them.
We're getting thumbs up from Native and Spartan. With that, they're going to throw 4, tied 15 all.
Another fun fact about Daddy, I just was thinking about it when you guys were talking about it, and I know he was on the headset. I don't know if he mentioned it. He's a very humble guy.
He is.
So Dave qualified number 1 on 256 throwers for IATC. Daddy qualified either 3rd or 4th. I'm not sure.
Wow.
All right.
I mean, top 3 or 4 out of Ace. I mean, unbelievable. We're just so proud of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, amazing. And again, the old saying, right? Iron sharpens iron, and you got the best in the business, at least this side of the border in Connexkin, and you got, again, like we were saying, Daddy training with him and everything. And then I'm pretty sure I remember this from last year. So, Joe, you would probably know more than I do. Did Connexkin make Daddy's axes?
Yeah, so Connexkin does this, sharpening technique. I don't know what he does, but profiling, that's what he calls it.
Interesting.
So it's so funny. Again, these axes are like personal memorabilia to all these guys.
Yeah, right.
You see them decked out, stickers, all this stuff.
Sure.
So pretty sure Connexkin made all of Daddy's axes.
Right.
Then Daddy bought this axe. I believe it's a Kevin Bradley axe, and that's kind of like a brand name in the axe world.
Okay.
He bought it, and it's pretty expensive.
Sure.
He's a big boy, and he got pretty good with it. Connexkin picks it up, loves it. Is drilling everything.
Yeah.
He offered him double what he paid on the spot.
Wow.
I want to say he offered like $1,000.
Wow.
And was going to trade him his #1 axe.
Wow.
And Daddy said no way.
No way.
So, so the story goes, all of Connexkin's, or all of Daddy's first axes, Connexkin made, worked on, all that stuff. Then Daddy gets a good one. It's like, no way. You're not getting it.
Yeah, so that's another question, right? So we were talking about that earlier. So apparently there are, like, people that have a name in the business for creating, you know, competitive axes,
For
right?
sure, for sure. I mean, just like anything, you know, you get a set rules from the IATF, and it could be this dimensions, this size, this weight, and we can actually talk about that because Dave's one of those guys. He modifies his axes.
Okay.
So they give you that kind of like envelope of sizes.
Sure.
But he modifies it to the min and the max.
Sure.
But you're right. Then there's these other guys. They make really artistic axes.
Sure.
And then there's these guys that make really good competitive axes. So it's fun to see.
Yeah.
It's really fun to see.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, like, you know, we were just kind of throwing out, you know, things there. I said that obviously, you know, for me, if I had somebody make an axe for American Kyle, I would want Sergeant Slaughter to make one for me. But, like, yeah, we were saying, like, there has to be. I mean, I think about baseball players and their bats, you know, even with their mitts. Like, some of them have them custom made, you know, stuff like that.
They oil them a certain way. They break them in a certain way.
Golfers with their clubs, I mean, they have specific clubs, and then they tailor them and everything like that. I mean, it makes sense that it would be the same thing in a sport like this.
I mean, American Kyle, we got to get this axe made for you.
I feel that it's a thing.
Spartan made. Nope, too high.
Where are we at on this match, Colby?
We are deep into round 4, folks. I believe we are finally going to go back down to bulling it in. We're still tied 25 apiece, and nobody's managed to hit that clutch yet.
Yeah.
Native currently 2 games up. If he does manage to put this one away, he'll take the game, but that is a big opportunity for Spartan to come back and bring this match 2-2.
Yeah, Native, another guy, single hand throw that brings the axe all the way behind his back. Ooh.
He's calling it a 3.
Yeah.
Man, and now is when the monotonous part of the game really starts setting in. It's you've been throwing this big axe for a while now, and
like
you might not even be done with your set.
Like I said, it's gotta be. It's gotta wear on you. It has to, especially for these single arm throwers.
Native pulling up a 3 again. Really hoping for a dropped axe out of Spartan.
Oh, and you called it. Yeah.
I was going to get a picture with Andy.
I have powers.
I was watching in my office, Colby, and I heard the streamer curse.
I'm sorry.
I heard the streamer
stop.
curse.
I don't know why.
He did.
It's I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, throwers.
It is.
I'm
it's
sorry,
a thing.
casters.
It's a thing.
We're just going to see what kind of powers you work tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, really.
I can't. Well, we can't tell them the script already.
Tomorrow's tournament's already done.
Shut up. All right. So, looking here, it looks like we're figuring out who's coming up next on lanes 1 and 2. So let's go ahead, switch it back over lanes 3 and 4 here. We've got Bob Bergman versus King Lumber Axe, and we're looking at the first best of 7 match for this evening. This one's going to be a barn burner. I can feel it already.
Bob's a good dude. He was here last year. Obviously, he's rocking last year's T-shirt.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's just been half the fun of these competitions, just meeting these guys, and they're so cool. I mean, so many different states represented, and just see everyone here having a good time, throwing some deadly weapons.
Yeah.
Always
great.
Always nice to see the guys who come back year to year too. Always a fun time.
A lot more women in the tournament that I saw this year than last year too, which is great to see.
And there's a big women's only competition next week, I believe, at Urban Axe. Don't quote me on this. And it's called Countess.
Okay.
And it's going to be women's only tournament. And it's always getting some good recognition.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, a lot more that were competing here today I saw than last year. And, yeah, and like you said, I mean, a lot of people from out of state.
Oh, yeah.
You know, really making this, you know, really the U.S. championship, which is tremendous.
King Lumberjacks did manage to take game 1 in the round of 7. They're currently going to throw 3, still tied 10-all. Lumberjacks, we have seen quite the consistency out of. Bob B, a new face to the stream. Definitely, like we mentioned, not a new face to the tournament. He's been around the block once already. He knows the drill, and he is drilling those axes right into the 5s.
Were you able to pull the bracket up at all on there?
Absolutely, and for all you folks at home, if you would like to view the bracket, all you got to do is head over to our YouTube page at Ace Axe Throwing, and you'll be able to see the chat there.
She posted the bracket in the chat.
I threw the link to the bracket on the
One's
chat.
high,
Look at you.
and he's got it. No, he's calling down. Oh no, they need an official.
Look at
What's
this
the word?
guy.
Yep, in.
So because we're in best of 7s, I'm assuming we're at the very least in semis, but we got to be getting close to the finals.
Yeah, I would think so too.
It may have blocked my link if I'm not the.
No way.
Yeah, it might have actually auto-modded me. Chat, y'all could have yelled at me at any time if you didn't have the link. I'm sorry. I am a liar. Maybe that's why I've been cursing all the players.
Maybe.
Miss Emma, can you check and see? He posted a link to the bracket in the chat, because that'll actually be really good for tomorrow. Wonder if there's a way to search.
I'm assuming it auto-deleted me.
Interesting.
But if we do it through the Ace Axe Throwing YouTube account, it will post links. We've done that before.
Can you text the link to Emma,
I'd be happy to.
and then she can post it?
Oh,
Looking here at round 3, they've both thrown a 3 this match, but they're still
Yeah.
tied 18-all. King Lumberjacks still 2 games up in the best of 7.
Emma's requested you email it to Ace Axe Throwing.
ooh,
Ace Axe Throwing is
real
the one who
low
sent
there
it to
on the
me.
clutch. A little bit too high. Okay. So this is where we're going to go into big axe. And picking lanes. Here we go. Bob B. Looks like traditional two-hand thrower.
Kathleen, we're getting the link for you now.
And that's a tough one to see from
YouTube
here.
seemed to have blocked it.
Now it looks like they're going to ask for an official. So it's pretty close on the line. See if it bleeds at all.
Breaking out the credit card.
Oh, yeah.
Calling it good.
Calling it good. All right.
All right. I cannot remember who threw first. I think Bob
it
is the
is.
leader in the match, so I believe he has to match here.
So King, single-hand thrower.
Oh, no, that link wants you to sign in.
That's because you have admin on the front.
Oh, okay. So if you get rid of admin. I'm glad you guys know how to work this.
That is a no-go for that one. Too low, too outside. King, too high.
That's copyrighted, sir?
This is a banger. I love this song.
The question is, do you have boogie shoes?
They never leave my feet. 6
Oh.
matches remaining, Slab is telling us.
Outside on that one for Bob. King. Boy, these single-handed throwers, man. I don't know how they do that with those big axes.
Yeah,
Cool.
you can really see with that throw he's definitely using the momentum
Good
to
job,
his
Yeah,
advantage now.
yeah, they get it. Some of them, I mean, we've seen it to where it almost hits their back, like whenever they go back so far. It's crazy. Ooh.
Bob, I've noticed a lot
Bob
of Bob's
very frustrated with his throws.
A lot of Bob's axes are just a little cocked at an edge.
Yeah, yeah. It's the way that he releases it. I don't know if that's how it normally is or if that's why he's so upset with his throws right now. Ooh, that one's closer to the target. Low and outside, though. So now it looks like they're going back to bulls.
Bob Bergman looking to bullet in.
Oh!
By golly.
Tough. That's a tough first throw there. King looking to take it here. Oh. Staying alive, Bob.
Once again, looking for that bullseye. Bob bounces, steps up to the blue and the black line and manages to toe it in to the bullseye.
Oh, yeah.
Now can the king crush it?
Let's
or
see.
can the king can't?
Oh. Oh, he gets it in.
With that, we once again
Yeah, going
go
up top again.
up.
Let's see if Bob can do a little bit better on his throws this time. Oh, no, he's still kind of cocking it in,
You know,
a little on angle.
To be fair, if he manages to toe it in like that right into the green,
Yeah,
not a lot of chance to be outside.
that's true. No, you're very true about that.
So
that's
this-
close, but that's going to be a little bit high, I think.
It
Yep.
could actually be just a stylistic choice by Bob in the way he throws his axe.
It could
to
be.
just toe it in.
It could be.
The less blade in the wood, the less
Yeah.
chance you've got to bleed out.
Very true. Very true. Ooh, yeah, he's
It's a consistent throw.
yeah. I mean, it's the same as the last times. He's high and to the left there.
You can just see the top of King's axe
Ooh,
wavering.
that was very much an off throw by him, and he knew it as soon as he released it. You know, with Bob's, it's like I feel like he's like a sniper on a range, and he's just trying to narrow it, but he keeps shooting in the same area. It's a little bit closer, but
He's waving it over.
Yeah,
Get
I mean
over.
it's like, yeah. I mean I feel for him because it's like he's got his throw down and he feels like he's getting it, but it's not working for him. And that adjustment is like slight. Oh, yeah, that is.
It might be low, but that could be dead on. Well done.
Great camera angle.
Wow.
Emma.
Wow.
With
Wow.
that, because Bob threw first, King manages to take the third round. We could see the full sweep here from King if he takes this fourth one.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think once you get this late in the tournament, that's what you want. You don't want to take these matches all the way to Game 7. You want to get home. You want to rest up. Tournament starts early tomorrow. Joe, what time can we expect to see this stream kicking off tomorrow morning?
I think I'm coming back here in like a few hours.
So this is one of those times where, like I was saying, if you're Bob, do you just say, "I'm good where I'm at. I'm going to go home, get some rest,"
Look at him.
or
No way.
or do you sit here and say, "No way, I'm coming back. I'm the Red Sox. I'm coming back from 3-0."
I mean, they're still throwing hard. I love it. Love to see it, guys. Love to
Or
see
maybe
it.
Bob's playing a rope-a-dope here and we don't realize it. It could happen. Oh, jeez.
There's a
Bob's wasn't that bad either. He's a little.
both of them on target, just a hair off.
Do you guys remember last year? We had to measure all of those clutches.
Yes, we were just
Yeah.
talking about that. Yeah.
I mean, so they made this ruling. I don't know, maybe a couple months ago, and honestly, it's nice. It's from an announcer, we could see pretty
Yeah.
closely.
It helps, but I was just saying that for the early rounds, it definitely made the games go a lot faster. But as we get to these late rounds, it tends to drag them out a lot more. So it kind of you get a little bit less here, but you get a lot more here. So it's definitely interesting what it's done to the games.
Yeah, but we can pretty much expect every game to go into Big Axe from here on out.
Yeah, yeah,
sponsored by McDonald's. Big Macs after every Big Axe. Checks in the mail.
You know, that is something that when I go to Pens games, I'm very upset about the Penguins about, is there have not been a lot of Big Mac nights tonight this year. So
I think you should write them a letter, Kyle.
I think I should.
The Penguins?
Yeah.
Or McDonald's?
Both, yeah.
The kid just wants his Big Mac.
Exactly. You want to know who always scored during Big Mac time? Phil Kessel. He's not here anymore. So
you should have just opened up a hot dog cart right outside the
Bob.
arena.
That is heartbreaking.
With that, fourth game goes to King Lumberax, and he takes it.
Sweep.
And you know, it's one throw. When you get to this point, one throw is all that you need.
So the King moving on, even though he doesn't have the crown.
It's all right. He's looking to get the crown.
Yeah, he is.
All right, and it looks like our former co-caster, current owner / janitor Joe Deasy might be getting us a mobile camera angle.
Nice.
As it looks like the matches on the left side of the field have concluded, but we are still going on the right side.
Okay.
Like we mentioned, there are still plenty of matches to go.
Yeah.
And it looks like we are going to get a shot of I see Spartan. I don't think the other player has been on stream tonight. Could be wrong. Could be wrong.
No, he has. He was early though, I think.
Spicy Tuna?
No. Spicy Tuna has not been on. Okay. Maybe I just saw him over here, but we didn't have him on camera. Yeah, you're right.
I believe there. I don't want to say that. I might be wrong. So instead, I'm going to say things that are right, which is Spartan currently only got one, which means Spicy Tuna just has to hit inside that red ring to be able to clinch this one out.
Spicy Tuna, also a great nickname.
Oh, absolutely. One of my favorite sushis.
There you go.
I'm a big. It's the only way I'll eat tuna.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of tuna. Something about being smushed between rice and avocado makes it delicious. Spicy Tuna, though, he's great to have any time of day.
Sure.
So this one does look like it is a best of 5, which means it may be down from the B bracket. I'm not quite sure how it's working there, but y'all probably can see it in that bracket link that our wonderful producer
I would think it would
chat.
have to be down in the B bracket because we've seen Spartan lose. So, like, I would think that it would have to be down in the B bracket. But then again, I can't see the bracket, so.
But you can see the bracket by going but regardless, Spicy Tuna looks to be trying to just sweep this round. He's currently 4 points up going into throw number 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty solid. So.
Spartan a little wavering.
On the other lanes there, it looks like we got Native and
I believe that's the Hawk.
The Hawk, yes. And I bet you that's pretty competitive. They're both very much the same kind of throwers. Looks
currently,
like
Spicy Tuna leads by 4 and game.
Yeah, I think he just nailed it. Yeah.
And
Spartan was already packing up his axes over there, so. Yeah.
Oh, right. I just said it was a best of 5, and then I forgot. So, with that, Spicy Tuna takes it 3-0 against Spartan. And over here at the desk, we've got a new co-caster. And, you know, I've been announcing so many damn people today that I just can't think of a smart way to say it. So, folks, you know him. You love him. You probably hate him. Probably hate him.
Yeah, that's the latter.
Mostly hate?
Sure. Yeah, it's not
Folks,
even close.
chat, give it up for Connexkin.
How's it going, everyone?
What's up? Thanks for joining the desk.
Hey, thanks, man. Happy to be here again. Another awesome U.S. championship. So this is a new thing, and it's going really well. And this has been a lot of fun. So
yeah, and you know, I know there was a lot of stress in shaking up what today's qualifier was going to look like. I'm loving it. I'm loving being able to see everybody throw the day before. Really kind of sets the pace for tomorrow.
Yep.
Is there anybody who maybe not surprised you, but somebody that you're definitely on the lookout for if you get matched up?
Yeah, this little 16-year-old over here, Hawk. He is
really.
He's ripping through people, man. And
yeah, we've said that. Yeah.
It's a little scary. Little scary. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I mean, he's a little monster. You know, 16 years old and he's throwing this well.
Yeah, we didn't know that he was 16, but we've noticed that he's had a tremendous, like, it's like poker face too whenever he's playing.
Well,
like,
look at him. I mean, Jesus, that's just terrifying. I don't want to throw against that guy. God damn it! I need another beer. Can I say that on here? Maybe I can. I'm only on my 8th. I don't know.
There you go.
Yeah. We've said this is a PG-13 stream, and we haven't used our one F-bomb yet.
Yeah,
so
we haven't. Yeah.
Well, I haven't. Yeah,
so we're still in the clear. We're still in the clear.
Still in the clear. All right.
Yeah, you only get one for the broadcast. So.
I think that's how it works.
Yeah.
Sure.
This is YouTube. Anything goes, baby.
True. Very true. Yeah, it's I mean, what's great is we've seen so many different people from all over the country. I was just talking to Joe and saying that I also noticed that there was a lot more women this year throwing than there were last year, so that's always great to see. And again, some new faces, some of the same faces and everything, but overall, I mean, this seeding tournament has really been good, and so tomorrow should set up to be pretty nice as far as competition and everything that's going on. And then on top of that, I was saying, some of these rounds are going really late. I mean, with the big axe, sometimes we've seen 10, 12, 14 throws. And I was saying, does that really, is that something that's going to affect you later on in the tournament, or is it going to affect you tomorrow? That's a lot of times to throw a big axe, especially when you get back-to-back ones that go that long.
I think the fatigue factor is probably going to weigh more if you're depending on how you throw. But I think when it comes to the mental aspect, all this is really going to do is help you for tomorrow, especially when it gets really challenging. Like when if you start screwing up, you're going to realize tonight what you're screwing up, and it's going to be maybe a little bit easier tomorrow.
Okay.
In theory, I don't know, because this is the first time we've ever actually done this. Nobody has ever had a tournament to seed.
Sure.
So this is brand new.
Yeah.
And I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. It's going to be pretty awesome. But the nice thing is that the people that are throwing today basically are going to have no excuses like, oh, it was cold.
Right.
No, you got double elimination tournament the night before. So
I think the thing that for me is some of these guys that are going into big axe and they're doing 10, 12 throws, finally squeak out the win or the loss. The ones that concern me the most, the ones that are single-hand throwers. They really get that axe all the way behind them. And and you're talking about throwing a dozen of those and then going into a next one and throwing a dozen more. And
the only good thing is that, you have to remember, if you're this far and you got this far in this seeding bracket, this isn't your first day throwing, And obviously these guys have practiced a lot. We all practice a lot. And this is the hardest axe throwing, especially when you get to the big axe premier clutch. There's nothing harder than that.
Sure.
20 feet away, it's 1 by 1.5. It's a struggle. So you're practicing that for hours.
Sure.
So they understand how to throw so that they're not going to hurt their arm at this point.
That makes sense. What about, we heard that, we heard about the rule change. What, for you as the defending champion, how has the rule change affected you in the way that you've prepared this year?
It really hasn't changed much. The only thing I like is that it's just easier to call if it's good or not.
Sure.
It's not the best solution, I think. I still think a smaller diameter overall touch-only clutch would be better.
Okay.
Just because it'd just be so much easier to call.
Sure.
And it wouldn't depend on the rotation. This is a heavily dependent rotation, in order to clip both the top and the bottom.
Yeah, because it's got to be flat.
Yeah,
right
so you're not
right?
only judging accuracy, but you're judging the rotation of your throw, which I just don't think should be a merit that we should be gauging. But overall, compared to last year, having to throw and then hopefully it's good.
Yeah.
You couldn't even celebrate at all. You
Yeah,
know, like,
it was a lot of measurements last year.
it was rough. Yeah, and the fact that that's gone away, I'm very happy about that.
Sure.
But could it be improved overall? I think it still could, but
sure.
You know, it's a game that's progressing, so we'll see what happens in the future. But
yeah, I think what we've noticed is the early rounds, it made them go a lot faster.
Yeah.
But these later rounds, it's definitely dragged it out a lot longer, you know?
I mean, I can't tell if it's, you know, because people are just having a hard time determining if it's good or not, or if it's just because people get onto Big Axe and then struggle.
Yeah.
Like it's really hard to determine what's really eating people up right now. I mean, yeah, the game has definitely gotten a lot harder, and I think the people are already throwing so much better this year than they were last year.
Sure.
Oh,
sure.
yeah.
Last year was like a miracle if you hit that clutch, you know, but now this year it's becoming very routine, like
Sure.
almost expected. So it's just going to keep getting better and better.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were just talking about how, you know, sports have to evolve. And this is just one more step for this sport to evolve. And good on, you know, whether or not it's the perfect solution for it. I mean, you know, there's debate on that, but that's good.
Yeah.
You know, it's good because that means that there's more room to evolve.
Yep, I agree.
Just to keep you all updated on the current match between Native and the Hawk, we mentioned the Hawk was up 3-1 last time we checked. However, Native has managed to pull it back over the last 2 rounds. It's currently standing 3-3. This final match is going to determine who moves forward in the best of 7.
That is awesome. And I think they're on throw 4. What throw are they on now?
They're currently
on throw 1. Okay, so they just threw 1, and it looks like did Hawk throw a...
Looks like Hawk threw a little high on that last one.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, Hawk's downfall for that last match was the very first throw of the game. They did throw a 3. The rest were all bullseyes, but that 2-point lead at any point during the game is enough to put it away.
Especially
it
this late in the game. Yeah.
But don't count Hawk out, man. That kid can hit some premier clutches. He's done it all
we've
night
seen
long.
it firsthand. Yeah, it's amazing. And like I said, we had no idea that he was so young. I mean, he looks young, but you don't want to, you know.
I know. I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just met his parents, and I was like, "What are you feeding this guy?
Yeah.
You know.
Can I get some? Like, seriously, I need it."
I saw the Hawk coming into the venue, and I heard them say, "All right, Dad, I'll see you later," and I didn't think anything of it.
Right.
I didn't think anything of it.
Yeah.
God.
With that, though, it does look like the Hawk actually drops the last match, and Native takes it 4-3.
And that means it's looks like it's time for me to start throwing.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us here on the Dex
thanks a lot.
Connexican. We'll see you in your matches.
All right, sounds good, brother.
Yeah.
See you.
All right. With that, the Hawk does drop out, and I believe we're getting ready for the next match. It's important to note the Hawk is still in. They do still get to face their next match against King Lumber Axe, but Lumber Axe has been going on a tear these past couple of matches. Excited to see what they're going to bring. However, we are going to bring it back here to lanes 3 and 4, where currently some familiar faces are throwing. To your left, you're going to see Daddy. To your right, you're going to see Spicy Tuna.
There we go. And
currently, Daddy and Spicy Tuna are on match 4. Spicy Tuna currently leads the series 2-1 as they go into throw number 5 tied up. And welcome back to the desk, Connexican.
Hey, thanks, guys. Happy to be back. You know, I know maybe not everyone else is, but it's good to be here.
Ooh, nice throw there.
Nice, comfortable spot.
That's also a good throw.
Spicy Tuna, good from both of them. Premier clutches, well done.
All right. So now we're going to Big Axe.
All right, let's see what these guys got. So we got Spicy Tuna and Daddy throwing Big Axe.
Oh.
Now, Joe was giving us some dish on on you and Daddy practice a lot together, and
we do on occasion. Yeah.
And Daddy has a new axe that apparently you were interested in.
Yeah, actually, indeed. Well, he doesn't have a new one. It's a little old now. He's had it for about a year-ish.
Okay. Wow, okay.
But it is the finest hatchet I've ever thrown.
Really?
And yeah, it drives me nuts that he has it and I don't. So I've literally this is how much he like intentionally wants to hurt my soul. I have offered him, and I'm not kidding. I literally pulled up the Venmo.
Yeah.
I'm trying to give him $1,000 plus my Super Scout, which is probably worth, I don't know, $350 to $400, that he could have rehandled and make it his own.
Yeah.
He will not sell me his hatchet.
Wow. Now, do you think that that's because he likes it so much, or is that a little mind game, do you think, that he's playing with you?
I think it's both.
Yeah?
I think he just hates me, and then he also just really, really loves his hatchet.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure.
His own words were, "It's for the good of the community that you don't own
It's
this."
for the good of the community. I gotcha.
So
is that a custom-made hatchet then?
So it's a Plum Super Scout that actually Kevin Bradley is competing right now in the green shirt over there against Hawk.
Okay.
He is an excellent handle maker, one of the best. And so he made the hat. I think it was like a $300 Plum Super Scout, and I convinced Daddy to buy it. He was so reluctant to actually purchase the axe, but he finally bit the bullet. Sucked it up, bought it. And then couldn't throw it because the handle wasn't like it was just kind of it was straight. It was nice wood, looked pretty, but it didn't suit his throwing style. So I reshaped the handle and then I reprofiled the head so that it would stick better. And then he became unstoppable with it. And I still have nightmares of myself doing that and giving it back to him.
I gotcha.
Yep. Going into round 6 of 7, Daddy versus Spicy Tuna. Currently, Spicy Tuna with 3 points, Daddy with 2. Spicy Tuna just needs to take the 6th round to win, but we all know how Daddy likes to play from behind.
Yes. Yeah, I was just we were talking before about Daddy, and I was mentioning that he seems like a guy that plays better under pressure than, some people just, they start a lead and they just keep going, but it seems like he likes playing down almost, and then he builds himself back up. It's interesting to watch, like throughout this tournament, doing it.
He plays really well until he runs into 16-year-olds, and then they just wreck him.
Well,
that was a match, though. That was a match.
It was.
I have to talk a little bit on
Yeah.
it. It's just fun.
Oh yeah.
He's that's my guy right there.
The roasts
taught him
are till Sunday.
Yeah, yeah. I've taught him everything that I know, so hopefully that's enough. But I'll tell you what, Detroit Axe still has some extremely, extremely good throwers.
Yeah.
And they brought them with them today, so it's great to see.
Ooh.
Wow.
Looking a little high, but maybe. Daddy.
I think he killed that one.
Yeah, he did.
I think. I don't.
We're
Usually when he looks at that, yeah. That stupid face. Jesus. Could you just show some like remotely adequate emotion for what you just
with
did?
this stupid axe.
Oh my God! Just give me the axe already.
Stupid axe with the stupid head that I stupidly profiled.
Right.
But with that, Daddy decides to take it into Game 7. This one's for all the marbles here.
I love him. Oof.
That one's looking a little low.
Yeah.
Pick it up, man.
A little
Pick
low
it
from
up.
here. He's saying
You're
it's good,
saying
though.
good.
Yeah, I profiled that one too and shaped that one too. Kid.
Oh, hey, look, my own undoing.
Yep. Pretty much.
Right.
Every time I play him, it's like, what did I do to myself?
Yeah, right.
What did I do to myself? But no, it's awesome.
Daddy's slamming bullseye, Spicy Tuna, not letting him take it back for free, though.
Absolutely.
Going into throw 4, we're going to see if anybody can have a lead, but not today.
No.
Nice.
Not today. Let's see those Premier League clutches, boyos. Spicy Tuna going to take the first shot, it looks like.
Daddy has learned to go at his own pace, so he's not gonna rush it.
A little high. And that's dead on. Wow.
Daddy with the clutch to seal the deal and take the series. Oh my God, what a comeback.
Wow.
And again, we see Daddy
Not
dropping the first.
Yeah,
game.
that's what I'm saying. He drops the. I'm telling you, it's like his strategy. Like,
There was still a little bit of back and forth between.
Oh wait,
wait,
no.
Hold on.
They're saying
hold
they
on.
both got it.
Hold on.
Yeah, back
Was
to Big
it?
Axe.
Math
yeah.
is hard, you know, it is.
Yeah.
So yeah, that made it tied. He had to go up, so he threw a 3, I guess. Or no, wait.
No. They were tied 20-all.
They both got it apparently.
I did not see that Spicy Tuna had hit clutch. I
Yeah, I
thought
thought he
I
was a
thought-
little high. I thought he was a little high,
'cause
but
well, yeah, he made the motion that he was up.
Yeah, I
you
thought he
know,
was a
so
little high, but
I thought he
yeah.
was too.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, okay, fair. So Spicy Tuna's throwing us for a loop. That's all.
It's because I've been cursing all the other players. They're like, screw you, casters.
Right.
he's calling 3.
This one's going all the way though. Neither player wants to let it drop. You know, they both want this series real bad.
Yeah.
Not good. Not good.
Come on, Daddy. He rushed. He rushed a little bit.
Wait. We're seeing on the score that it was counted as a 5?
No, that can't be.
It can't
right?
be. I'm assuming it was a misclick.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a misclick or
Mis-
what it came down to.
Oh, I guess we'll find out real quickly, depending on what he throws.
Truth.
Oh,
No. So yeah, that's it. So it was a 3. It was a
Oh.
miss. It was a miss score
Are
on
these
that
guys
one,
not
so.
scoring it right?
There
Oh,
we go.
they
They did
adjusted it.
correct it. There
They
we go. All
corrected
right.
it, yep.
So with
So-
that adjustment, Spicy Tuna takes the match
right.
by 2.
And
Once
I'm
again,
being summoned.
All
so-
right.
once
All
again,
right.
maybe
kids.
for good, we're saying goodbye to Connexkin.
All right, love you guys.
All right.
Alrighty, and with that, Spicy Tuna takes it 4-3, and they threw me for a loop. They threw
Yeah.
themselves for a loop,
Yeah.
and now we're waiting to see what happens between King Lumber Axe and the Hawk, but we do not have a camera over there at the moment.
So that is interesting about the King is that he makes axes, and he's one of the premier people that people go to make these axes.
Yeah, it's it's kind of like Connexkin knows how to do his profiling. King, I guess, is excellent at. I don't know the right terminology, and I
Yeah.
don't want to use it because it's gonna sound wrong.
He made it sound like King is really good at creating the handles,
yes,
right?
That's a great safe way of putting it.
and that he's known for that, right? Like the axe community says like, hey, if you need a guy to create this handle for you, this is the guy that you want to go to. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So it's always fascinating to learn stuff like that in the community because again, like we say, like even though these guys are all here and they're all competitors and everything, it's also a very tight-knit community. So, you go to a guy like King that you might see him in a tournament and everything, but he might have created your axes. Obviously, Connexkin is, a little upset that he might have done too well a job with Daddy's axes, So, yeah, I mean, like,
Alrighty, folks, we are going to be taking a quick break here on the desk as we try to get some more throwers
Yeah.
in front of the camera for you. So sit tight. We will be right back with some more matches as we get to the conclusion of this qualifier tournament. And welcome back, everybody, to Ace Axe Throwing U.S. Championship. And we've got quite the delight for you today. Native back up again on the screen. And for the first time, at least that we're seeing on stream today, we've got Conexican, baby. From the desk to the lane, and we are jumping right into round number 1. I believe what you guys saw there was their first couple of throws. Currently 20 all going into the final one for this round. Conexican calling high, and he talked a lot about that Premier League clutch. Let's see if he can manage to pull one out here.
Yeah, he definitely talked a lot about that, and you know how much that has changed as far as what everyone's game going forward. But again, you know, it's like he said, you know, it makes it harder, and that's good for the sport. But you know, maybe that's not the be-all, end-all. Like, you know, there could be some other things that they could do to make the game competitive, which is always, you know, again, when you're a younger sport, you're always looking for ways to evolve. And you know, this is a good step, but maybe it's not the final step, you know.
The final step is super clutch.
Yeah, right.
And
I'm sure that they'll think of something for that.
IATF, you can have that one for free.
And
just name it after me, the Colby Super Clutch.
Or even like you said, like you know, maybe they change the actual board a little bit. You know, maybe instead of there just being one target there, maybe there's more than one. You know, I mean, there's different ways that you could do it to make the game a little bit more interesting. I always think about darts. You know, where there's, you know, you got to hit, you know, some of the outside.
That would be fun.
Yeah, right. So, I mean, there's different ways that I think that they could do it to, you know, to get the game going. But I mean, we've definitely seen that this is definitely the first step, because it's really hard to hit that, clutch the way that you want it to be hit. And I think that what Conexican talked about when he talked about, you know, people throw different ways, and we've seen that, right? Some people like to toe it in. That's the way that their rotation and their throw works, and you're kind of at a disadvantage then, you know, for that clutch, and it makes you change your throw, which is, you know, maybe not necessarily what you want to do for a competitor. You want to make it so that, you know, people don't have to dramatically change, you know, the way that they throw, you know, their hatchet or their axe.
I actually like the term dramatically, and I am now going to actually add that into my lexicon.
Oh, it's been a long night.
And we're not done yet.
No, we're not. No, we're not. I know, you know, the guy that would normally be here with us, Big Rick, he's actually listening because he just sent me a text.
Aw, what's up, Rick?
Yeah, and I told him, you know, we're not done yet. We still got more to go. So.
Yeah, even though Slab came up and told us there were 6 matches left, these are the 6 that are going to go the distance.
Yeah, absolutely.
These are the ones I anticipate, you know, game 7 of 7.
Yeah.
And, you know, just as a testament to that, we currently have Conexican and Native on round 3 of their match, and they've both taken one off of each other.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, you know, we knew that was going to happen as the tournament went on. You know, the level of play was going to escalate, and, you know, things we're going to see that. It's going to be a lot closer. And that's great, you know, because, you know, we get to see some great throws, you know, see how people work under these conditions and everything, you know, and that's all what's, you know, really great about the sport. And then we get to see Slab, you know, that.
And then we get to see Slab carrying boards.
Yeah, carrying boards a lot because he's got to replace a lot of boards, so.
Looks like a little bit of deliberation on that one. Currently, without this axe throw, Conexican has a 2-point lead.
They're talking it over, it looks like.
Slab stepping in, making a determination.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like he's even stomped on it. So, calling in another official now.
We're getting the captain.
Oh, the captain's coming in. He must be the final say here.
Once again, joining us on the desk. You know him, you love him, you're tired of us talking about him, so he's going to talk to you instead of us talking about him. And now he's taking a drink, so I'm going to wait to announce his name, continue filling the silence with words. Y'all, it's Austin Daddy Agosti. Agosti?
Agosti.
Agosti, gotcha.
Yeah.
So, Daddy, we were talking about, you know, like replacing the boards and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Is that something that if if I'm in a competition and I look at the board and I'm like, hey, I don't like throwing at this board anymore, can you just request a change in the middle of the match?
You cannot. So the only time you can change a board is actually before your match starts.
Okay, before it starts.
Once the match starts, there's nothing you can do about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What about like the spraying, like the spray water on it?
So the spraying of the water can be done like literally voluntarily.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not as big of a deal as changing a board out.
Okay. Okay. Because we've seen some boards that have kind of, I mean, particularly this one over here.
Yeah.
It looks like it like where the clutch is on that. I can't tell you how many times we've seen it to where it looks like it's just going to split right off.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you'll get that eventually. Like a lot of people's big axes who throw kind of hard will split it.
Yeah.
And it'll stay split, which can either benefit or, mess somebody up because sometimes the axe will actually go through the target.
Sure.
And it won't be able to be top to bottom clutch.
Yeah.
And sometimes that happens, but sometimes it benefits people from being so soft and split that it'll just drive in, and it's different. So it's unfortunately a double-edged sword.
Yeah, these wonderful soft boards from Elm City Axe Boards, the original Carton Target boards.
Yeah. I mean, they've held up really well.
They have.
All right, here at the end of round 4, Connexkin has a 2-point lead. He's currently 2-1 in the series. It's close, but I don't think it's going to hit.
So when we had Connexkin on, he was talking about how you have this axe that he wants.
Yeah, he does.
And he said that you told him that for the good of everybody in the axe throwing community, it's not good for him to have that axe.
That is correct, yes.
Now, did you tell him that because you're just – are you trying to get into his head or –
No, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, it's no mystery that Dave's one of the best throwers,
sure,
if not the best thrower. And why on earth would I make him better? That's just dumb.
But and I think that's why he's a little bitter about it because he feels like he's definitely made you better.
Oh yeah, no, he will try and hardcore guilt me into. He's like, oh, you're an idiot for not selling it to me, blah blah blah. And I'm like, dude,
that's
you're
the way it
just mad.
sounds.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, you're just mad. No, I love that hatchet. Big shout out Kevin Bradley.
It sounds like you guys both have a very friendly and competitive rivalry just between the two of you.
Oh, we do. Yeah, no, Dave has been, sort of my mentor in all this, my teacher. So,
sure.
We have come a long way since we started a year and a half ago together. And, yeah, we consistently make each other better. Yeah, it's definitely a friendly, competitive rivalry type of thing.
Ooh.
Yeah, nice try, Dave.
Dave, a little off to the right, does not manage to finish the round, but we are going to go into Big Axe here.
There we go.
Currently, Connexkin's on game point. So if he can sink the Big Axe, he'll be good. And when he was on the desk, he was mentioning it's a lot of skill and a little bit of luck. So let's see if he's got it in him today. Native is going to take the first swing, though.
My Big Axe was rough today.
I'm not going to lie. Your Big Axe was looking a little rough today.
We've seen a lot of people struggle with Big Axe today.
I don't know. I started off the day really well with it, and then it just progressively went downhill. Colby, kind of like a bad case of the Mondays. Am I right?
Shut. I'm not going to use my one F-bomb on you, Daddy. With that, Native manages to take Game 5.
Okay.
Game 6, Connexkin still on game point, but Native really making him work for it.
Absolutely.
Connexkin firing him back to back. Native taking a little bit more time, but still keeping up. Score is even, going into throw number 3.
Yeah, I wonder, I wonder if that's part of Native's strategy is to slow down the game a little bit, because if it was up to Connexkin, it would be lightning speed.
I think it might just be him playing his own game. I think it's more of not letting another thrower get into Native's head than the other way around.
Yeah, I think that's part of it too. Yeah.
I think he just wants to play his own game, and that's a lot of the throwers have been saying, sure, there's absolutely the mental back and forth between you and another thrower, but a lot of it comes down to just, I have practiced, I have thrown this way, I am going to throw my best and hope that it's good enough. Native,
Yeah.
unfortunately, a little bit.
Ooh.
Oh, Connexicon.
Yeah, I think he just nailed that.
That's
Yeah.
good with that.
All good.
Connexicon takes the round 4-2.
Yep. So good effort there by Native, but just, was down a little bit too much early and couldn't fight his way back.
Absolutely. And as we scroll through the bracket here, the only other match currently going on is Asperity to Spicy Tuna. They did just start it up over on the other side.
Yeah, they're on the far.
But we don't have a camera there.
No. And there should be. Who do we have left? I mean, there's got to be only like.
I think the only people left are Spicy Tuna, Asperity, Connexicon. Who did he just play?
Native.
And Native. I think those are the only 4 that are left.
Okay.
I believe you are correct. I'm just scrolling.
So then we're just waiting on the conclusion of that one to see who plays Connexicon then?
Yeah, so whoever loses this game over here between Spicy Tuna and Asperity will play Native.
Okay. Oh,
The
they'll
Hawk
play
is still
Native.
in.
Is he?
The Hawk will be facing the
Oh.
winner of B48.
Interesting.
So it looks like the Hawk is down in the B bracket, but it looks like the red side has been completed.
Okay. Okay.
So there are actually 5 throwers left. Let me see if Asperity and them. All right, so Asperity and Spicy Tuna are both in the B bracket, so it looks like they're going to determine who the top 4 are.
Yep.
Yeah, so the tournament's rolling on here, and Hawk is still alive, which is, amazing. We've been watching Hawk all day and had no idea, I mean, even though he looks young, that he's only 16.
Yeah, he's really good.
Yeah.
He played me and beat me.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he even, like, when we were throwing in our first round together, he was like, "You want to go up?" I was like, "Yeah, I want to go up." And, like, we tapped, and I missed, and he split it down the center, and then he did it again.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've seen him a few times here on camera, and, again, he looks young, but you never know how old somebody really is. And then Connexicon was the one that told us, he was like, yeah, his parents were here, he's only 16, and he's incredibly talented for being 16.
Extremely talented. Like, it's kind of absurd.
Yeah.
And what's crazier to me about it is the fact that his throw kind of like starts off in a two-handed throw.
Yes.
Follows through in a two-handed throw, but he almost lets go with one.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely has his own style of throwing. And again, he's really good at it, right?
Yeah.
I mean
100%. I can attest to this. I witnessed it firsthand.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is amazing to see, and again, I don't know how long he's been throwing axes, but I mean he seems like he's an old pro.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way. Yeah, do not let the age fool you.
Yeah. Yeah, and right now he is squaring off with Spicy Tuna, and they are both going in. Looks like bowls apiece.
Oh, I think the Hawk actually might have called a 3 on that.
Ooh. It looks like Spicy Tuna. Oh, he's going to call himself in, so that's good.
All right, currently in the round of 7, we are fighting here today for the chance to fight Connexicon.
Yeah.
Up in the A bracket. Currently, Spicy Tuna leads by 2. Going into throw number 4. Let's see if he can keep it. Are we in 5? Let me update my scores here. Spicy Tuna is up by 4, which means he's now up by 9, which means now we're in game 2.
Yes. And, despite being as far as he is and everything like that, we were just talking about Hawk, very relaxed.
Oh, extremely.
Just very relaxed.
He's a prime example of just simply happy to be here.
Yeah, right? Right?
Like,
yeah.
Because I remember throwing against him. I was like, oh, okay, like, cool. I'm about to get – I'm allowed to swear on camera.
You can use no.
Okay. When I was throwing against him, and he nailed that first clutch against me, I was like, okay, I'm about to get my rear end tossed into the wind. And then he did it again and subsequently whooped me on Big Axe.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, the kids who came down from Detroit X are no joke.
Yeah.
And not to be taken lightly.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a lot of good throwers here today.
Yeah.
And, you know, again, I think that's what's great about this tournament is there's so many people here from so many different areas of the country.
Yep.
The Hawk and Spicy Tuna going to throw number 5.
Ooh.
That looks good from here.
It does look good.
Spicy
and that's
Tuna.
off for Spicy Tuna.
Unbelievable, dude.
Just like that, Hawk takes game 2.
About to ask for pointers after this game.
I mean, it's you know, again, like his demeanor is very relaxed and everything, but it's almost like, you know, he's just got like ice in his veins. Like he just steps up and he just gets it done.
This man's pulling the old Kobe, just point to the veins. This dude knows what's good.
Yeah.
You know, and when you mentioned, you know, like he is the embodiment of just happy to be here.
Yeah.
As soon as you adopt that kind of premise, a lot of the weight of competition falls right off your shoulders.
Sure.
100%.
I mean, there is no doubt he's feeling the pressure in this match, but
right.
when you're happy to be here, just throwing with the best of them.
Yep. I mean, you figure he made it further than easily, I would say, 10 to 15 people who are ranked in the top 50.
Right.
Like,
right.
That is something that is not to be, you know, just like, oh, yeah, he did it. No, that's not easy to do. It's not.
Well, and not only that, but, you know, again, it's like you said, like happy to be here. I mean, it's almost like, you know, the best part about it is that he's here.
Right.
And it's like, okay, like he doesn't know any better. Like
right.
It's, you know, he doesn't, this is probably as far as he's ever been. And, and, you know, it's like, you know, if he went home right now, he'd probably still be happy.
But he's not.
No, he's nailing it. I mean,
and he just takes a 2-1 round lead.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I said, he's nailing it. And it's amazing to watch. The consistency, everything.
Definitely a lot of expectations being built up today that we're going to see if they follow through with tomorrow.
And we see, I mean, he's just jamming to the music and just throwing his axe. I mean, you know.
More bullseyes going into throw number 3.
My man's just vibing.
Yeah, big time. Yeah, it's almost like, you know, it's like athletes talk about being in the zone.
Yeah.
And it's like he's in this zone and he's happy, you know, it's gotten him this far. And with no stress, I mean, it's, you know, who knows? I mean, he may be able to take the whole thing. You know, and be the #1 seed.
Regardless of what happens tomorrow with how he throws, like I think everybody here is, you know,
is going to know that
thoroughly
name.
impressed by this.
Yeah.
young man.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. He's definitely the talk of the tournament so far.
That being said, going into
a little high on that one. Yeah.
Throw number 5.
And that one might be a little high too.
I was going to say the blade that he has has a lot of coverage.
With that, we are going to go to the Big Axe to determine round
Now,
number
this is
4.
fascinating to me because he's a man of small stature, right? But he throws this big axe with one hand, and he gets this thing all the way behind him. Oh, he's doing two-handed right now. Earlier, he was doing the single-handed.
Some people can just really like adapt to both of those throws.
I guess so.
Yeah, it's really impressive.
We saw him
to
before.
watch.
He was, I mean, it was almost hitting his back, like whenever he was pulling it all the way back.
Might just be, it may be him realizing, you know, maybe I need to reserve a little bit of strength.
It could be, right? I mean, that could definitely be it.
That or it could just be a little bit of reverting back to
maybe the basics.
Yeah, you know, if you don't feel confident with your good throws, maybe you just kind of take it back to basics, give it your two-handed overhand throw.
Like I got to be honest with you, like I don't know how those guys throw the big axe with just one hand like that. Like it's amazing
really,
to me.
It's really difficult to do.
Yeah. it's amazing to me that they throw it and they throw it with accuracy. Like, there's no way I could do it.
Maybe if we get a good break tomorrow during the tournament, we could get you out in front of the camera and maybe maybe teach you how to throw some big axe.
Yeah.
I bet Daddy would love that.
Oh, I'm sure.
I need to learn, so let's get
You know,
let's get like a
yeah.
conga
The
line.
best way to learn is to teach.
Well, and that's true, and I'm sure that everyone at home would love to watch me throw a big axe. So, yeah, why not? You know?
We're going to have to get you that full American flag suit first.
Well,
do you think we can rush order that overnight?
I mean,
100%.
I have an American flag onesie,
Yes.
you know, that I can wear. I also have other various American flag gear, so I'll bring something style in tomorrow.
The answer
for
is
sure.
yes.
See, now I feel like I have to be on my fashion best tomorrow, and I don't know how I'm going to top robe man and coveralls.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't think Kenny will be throwing in his robe tomorrow. He might.
Spicy Tuna currently with a 2-point lead over the Hawk going into this last throw. Well, it may be the last throw. The Hawk has definitely been hitting these clutches. Let's see if they can pull it out this time.
Oh, and he's going to call it. He's going to call it no good. A little high. Wow.
Nice. Spicy Tuna manages to pull it back, and he is now on game point.
Okay. He's up 3-1.
It's up 3-2.
3-2. Okay.
Going into round number 6. And what's really great here is that no matter who gets knocked out here, I believe they'll be top 5.
Sure.
I think the person who gets knocked out here will be number. No, because this is who's going up against Connexican.
Now, is this like? Now, here's the question, right? So this is the B bracket.
Yes.
Which means that each one of these people have lost once.
Correct.
So whoever goes and plays Connexican, do they have to win twice?
They do.
Wow.
Yeah, so whoever,
okay.
Yeah, so that's a significant advantage.
Yeah,
that the
right.
finalist has. So it's a double-edged sword though, because while these guys are throwing, so whoever loses or whoever wins this match that has to play him, is going in warm. Dave's been sitting.
Sure.
So that is a small advantage they have on Dave. But again, as we've seen, Dave can get going quite fast.
Yeah,
so
once he gets in his rhythm, you can tell he's there.
Top 4. I meant to say top 4. You all heard me say top 4.
I think he just nailed that.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Ooh, we'll see.
Yes, no?
I don't know.
He pulled it out real quick.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a.
It was ruled as a miss for both parties, so we're going to Big Axe.
So maybe it was a little high there.
Yeah.
But again, it's like right in that area where we're not even sure until you get right up there. I mean, it's amazing to watch him throw that close all the time.
Yep.
Go, Bull. Took a lot of time with that throw. Oh, this is the jam right here.
Did he nail it? It's close. If he didn't, I was gonna say he's cutting that line.
He's saying he's got it. Yeah. Oh,
Did he get it?
Wow.
They split it.
All right, so
No, he's staying down. He must have not gotten full coverage there.
I do have the placement verification from the producer. There was a little bit of miscommunication.
Ooh,
So
high there from.
the winner of this match between Spicy Tuna and the Hawk will go on to face Native.
Native. Okay,
in
yeah,
the B
right. We
bracket
just saw Native
finals.
win earlier, so yeah,
Yes.
that makes sense.
That's why.
Okay.
That's why. So the loser of this match is going to be 4th place, which, I mean, coming out with the number 4 seed ain't bad for nobody.
No, not at all.
Ooh.
That's close, but not enough.
Muy cerca.
And I think what's interesting is when we talked about this earlier, there are people that did not show up today that will be here tomorrow.
Correct.
That'll obviously be lower seeds.
Yes.
But could be people that would normally have been a top seed had
Yes.
they came here and played.
Oh yeah, tomorrow's going to be a very interesting tournament early
Yeah.
on. There's going to be a lot of tough matchups early on in
Sure.
the tournament tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what makes it interesting to me is that you got some people that are going to be ranked lower, but that is only because they could not come here today.
Yeah, there might be some really interesting shakeups once we get started.
Yeah, no, that's not. So yeah, it should be interesting to see, like and we'll have more of that available tomorrow as far as who we're seeing in the lower seeds that maybe somebody to watch early on because of their rank and everything when it comes to the points and everything else.
I'm most excited about seeing the stats tomorrow.
Yeah, no,
I'm very
you're
excited
absolutely right
being
about
able
that.
to bring up the numbers from tonight's
Yeah,
games.
absolutely. I mean, that is going to be amazing too. Because again, like as we were saying, like this is not something that's been done before. So to be able to have that information and to be able to hold that tomorrow, for this tournament is going to be great.
I think.
See you out.
I think the Hawk just
This
dropped.
young man.
Okay, so he fourth. This guy comes in here out of nowhere and is fourth seed in the United States tournament.
I am very excited to see him come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm very
I think
excited to
everybody
see him
is. I
play
mean, you heard
through.
that round of applause. I mean, I think everybody is.
Not quite old enough to enjoy a drink at the bar yet, but
No.
old enough to enjoy a little taste of the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
While we get set up for our next match, we are going to throw it back to commercial for just a second.
Perfect.
But stay tuned here in a few moments. We're going to be live with the B bracket finals. It's going to be Native versus Spicy Tuna in this best of 7.
Oh, I love it. I can't wait.
Ace, a skilled sharpshooter in their respective tradecraft. Do you have what it takes to be an ace? Located in Homestead, Pennsylvania at the Bank on 8th, Ace Axe Throwing is the place where you and your friends can throw axes, drink, have fun, and compete to become an ace. Open Monday through Sunday. Book your tickets online today at www.aceaxethrowing.com. Discover who the ace really is.
And welcome back, folks. Thanks for that short break. We have wet our whistles, and now the competition is heating up. We're here in the B bracket finals with Native on your left, Spicy Tuna on the right, and whoever does not make it through is still coming away with the number 3 seed for tomorrow's tournament.
Yeah, and I think that's something in itself, right? Is that you're going to come out tomorrow. You're going to be a high seed. You've made it this far from the B bracket, no less. So you had to win all the way up to now, and yeah, even if you come out as number 3, I mean, that's a good position to be in. It's a lot of good work for tonight.
Oh, absolutely. As far as the effort and the work they put in tonight, they'll definitely feel proud about it. What's interesting, like we were mentioning before, even if they seed 3rd here, with all of the people just kind of getting seeded according to previous stats beforehand, the number 3 seed could be going up against, theoretically the number 2 player in the United States.
Yeah, and
there's going to be so many upsets tomorrow, and I'm very excited to see how it's going to go. This is like the one time in a tournament where seeding really high isn't necessarily to your benefit.
Yeah, and I think that's really important to talk about because, like we were saying, there were people that couldn't be here tonight, so they are going to be lower seeds based on the way that they decided to build the bracket, and they were okay with that. But yeah, I mean that's very true. I mean, you could have somebody, facing the number 2, even the number 1, right? That is a challenger.
Yeah.
Early on, that it is in the top 15 in scoring or something like that. I mean, it's very possible.
Man, He's consistent with Big X Bulls, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And with that, Spicy Tuna's going to lock away round number 1. Take us into game 2 of this best of 7. As a native, grabbing a quick hydration break.
Absolutely.
Remember, folks, it's important to drink your water. If you feel thirsty, you need to drink.
Hydrate or dihydrate, baby.
That's very true.
I'm going to remember
Very
that
true.
one. As we
Very
come
true.
back into the hatchets, I mean, I feel like we can expect bullseyes out of both of these folks.
Yeah, these guys are absolute snipers when it comes to with the hatchets. So yeah, it's going to be pretty consistent here on out.
And we we talked a lot about throwing arms getting tired, but at this point, it's important to note we are cresting 11 p.m. here.
Yes.
So even though if their arms may be trained, but now you also got to worry about brain fog a little bit.
Yeah.
Especially if they've been enjoying the wonderful drinks here at the Ace Axe Throwing Bar down here in Homestead, 145 East 8th Avenue. Come by, have a great time.
That's very true. I mean, there's like they were saying, Slab was saying, or I'm sorry, not Slab. Daddy was saying that, for Dave to have to sit here, Conexican to have to sit here and wait all this time, it's actually a disadvantage to him.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, that's part of being in the A bracket and being on top. But yeah, I mean, these guys are going to come in warm whenever they face him, and he comes in very cold. Now, he's also a guy that we've seen get into a rhythm very fast, and then once he's there, he's in his zone. But you have a few while you're waiting. Maybe you're a little off. It's 11 o'clock at night,
just a little
So, but the disadvantage is going to be whoever wins here will have to essentially beat Conexican twice.
Yeah.
And that is saying something
It's a tall
because this
task.
guy doesn't normally lose 2 times in a row. So
Yeah.
regardless of his mental state, and everything, I mean, the guy is one of the best in the business for a reason. But, can we see them steal some stuff early from him? Maybe.
100%.
Yeah.
We have seen giants bleed.
Yes. Yes. And I think that's, again, like we were saying, that's what's going to be great about the tournament tomorrow. Is that the first round may be the most exciting of them all.
Until we get a little bit later on.
I mean, we watched a 16-year-old kid come in here and wipe out the competition to end up 4th, which nobody expected.
Nobody.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Well, nobody except maybe those all those fellas out in Detroit.
Well, you know what? That's true. Like, they're the ones that throw with them all the time. So, yeah, maybe they knew. But not a lot of other people here expected that.
Yeah, we know there's a little bit of crowd bias in here for the Pittsburgh boys.
Sure.
There's no question about that. Home turf advantage and all that.
Sure, but Detroit came deep.
Showed up.
Yeah. So, they came here and that's a pretty good showing.
Yeah, and with that last shot, Native does manage to take the 3rd round, putting him up 2-1 in the series. And Spicy Tuna looking a little bit more serious on that face.
Yeah, I got to think that for Spicy Tuna, he's obviously very competitive. And, this is, again, like where this guy's here to keep winning, right?
Oh, yeah.
He's not thinking, well, I can just take 3rd and walk away from here and come back tomorrow. No, he wants that shot at Conexican. And that's, and so maybe he's getting a little disappointed with some of his throws. Maybe he's overthinking things. I'm not sure where Native is. It's tough to say. He seems like he's pretty easygoing every time he throws.
Yeah.
So, but you never know what's on the inside of a competitor's brain, like, while they're competing. So
he does put up a 3, which puts Spicy Tuna 2 points ahead, forcing Native into a clutch shot. We see he really takes his time with these.
Oh, too low.
Doesn't work out for him this time. Spicy
He definitely
Tuna
was seeking in the area.
And that's what Spicy Tuna wanted. Dropping 2 games in a best of 7, sure, it doesn't feel great. Dropping 2 games in a row in a best of 7,
right?
That's where that slippery slope can really start getting out of control.
Well, and it gets in your head too, right?
Absolutely.
And I think that's what's important. And especially when you've made it this far and you are as competitive, you know, as some of these guys are. Like sometimes, you know, your brain is very powerful, and and sometimes you can overthink things, and next thing you know, you're down 2, now you're down 3, and you feel like you're doing everything right, but everything's going wrong.
Especially at 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
My bedtime was half an hour ago.
Yeah, there's no joke about that.
I don't want to be in the middle of a competition right now.
Yeah, no.
If they've been working off of adrenaline and just determination, that's going to run out sometime, especially once you get into that double series against Connexicon.
I mean, I have to wonder, I mean, again, you see a lot of guys around here, and, you know, a lot of them are hitting the bar and stuff like that. Maybe that's how they deal with the pressure, right?
Oh, sure.
You know, for me, I feel like I would be hitting the coffee pot because, like you said, like, I'm not used to staying up this late. Like, you know? Especially, I don't know if I would trust myself staying up this late with a deadly weapon in my hand.
Oh, well, you know, that's not the most dangerous part.
So, but yeah, it's very interesting to see these guys make it this far, and you know, now here we are into Big Axe.
Big Axe to determine number 5. And at this point, you're really just you're treating this series like a best of 3, you know? Nothing, everything else has been practice. You're tied even. All you got to do is try to bring it home.
Yeah.
And I really think whoever manages it, now that this game is, I shouldn't say, you know, I'm not going to say anything yet. I'm going to wait until he throws.
Sure.
Because I've had some terrible calls today.
Looks like you put in a 5. Yep.
All right, now that they're in Big X number 2, I think whoever manages to take this game in the series is going to have the foot up on the other one.
Sure.
You know, like I mentioned, this is basically just a best of 3 now.
Right.
At this point, if you do want to gain a mental edge against your opponent, you have to go fast, you have to go hard, and you have to just kind of treat this last leg of this game as a sprint instead of a marathon.
So, Spicy Tuna just threw a perfect clutch shot there, and now Native has to follow this, and that's tough. And we've seen people struggle with the Big Axe on the clutch.
Now, a lot of people prefer to shoot second just because you kind of get a little bit extra time.
Too high on that one.
But he's not phased. If he is phased, he ain't showing it. He's got a big smile on his face. He's dancing and having a good time.
Yeah, you know, again, maybe he's just in the mental area of, regardless, I'm in the top 3. You know, after tonight, and
you know what?
That's good enough.
To be fair, you're right. You know, if you got to look at it that way. You know, I'm in the top 3. I'm having a good night, so let's have a good time and finish out this tourney.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's it. You know, again, like if you're really competitive, then I think that, you know, you want this and you want to go up against Connexicon, and even if you don't win, you know, it's almost like you want to be able to take a few off Connexicon, because maybe that gives you the boost that you need in the tournament tomorrow to kind of get you over the hump and everything. So,
yeah.
I mean, I know you're not big on movies, but I always think of the movie Rounders, where Matt Damon's character talks about how, you know, he's a poker player and he was able to go up against the best poker player in the world one night at Vegas, and he made the guy call a bluff on him, and the guy had to think about it, and he said that was the best win that he could possibly ask for, right? Because he took him all the way to the limit, and the guy had to back off. And even though, you know, it wasn't official in a tournament or anything like that, you know, that's the little competitive advantage that he had to say, you know what, I'm going to go into this tournament. I think that's the way that people probably feel about Connexicon, right? He's the best in the business, and if I can take a few off of him, that's the boost I need.
And that definitely sits on each player's shoulders to take their wins as they come, you know?
Yeah.
Even if you can't take a whole match, taking the little victories and accepting them for as they are is what you want.
You made Connexicon sweat a little bit, and that's what you want to see.
And speaking of sweating, I think it's time to get a little sweaty. With that shot, Spicy Tuna manages to clinch out the best of 7, 4-2, and will be moving ahead and facing Connexicon.
So, yeah, and he's been rolling this whole time. So, I mean, again, when they talked about it, I mean, he's the guy that's, warm. He's the guy that's been throwing all this time. Dave has had to, or Connexican's had to sit here and, watch essentially, we haven't seen him throwing over and, keep him warm or anything like that. No.
Yeah, he's tired of waiting.
Yeah.
He's ready. All right, and with that, the game does start up. Both of them firing off a couple of bullseyes.
Yeah,
to start us off.
And I think that's what we're going to see, right? Is we're going to see some automatics through the bulls here. And again, Spicy Tuna, taking his time. He's not trying to match Connexican, with his momentum, which we know he likes to blow through things.
And folks, I am proud to announce our final co-caster of the night.
Yes.
He's the producer of this whole GD event. He's the guy you've been seeing his head pop up on camera every time he doesn't know where to stand. It's Slab Daddy.
Yes.
Well, just Slab. Sorry.
Yeah, chill.
We had Daddy so much that I'm like, Slab Daddy.
Yeah, some people know me as that.
What's up, Slab? How you doing tonight?
Doing good, man. I got my bourbon now. I'm chilling.
There you go.
Got to be back here in like 6 hours, but, tonight was good. Tonight was sick. Way better than we anticipated. We definitely did not expect 52 people to show up and throw in this. That's why it's gone a little bit later than anticipated, but I think everyone's pretty happy with the value that they got. Got to come out tonight and throw in an awesome tournament, get their feet wet, kind of familiarize themselves with the venue if they haven't been here before, which is huge. $10 to enter this. I think it's pretty sick.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to, there's not a lot of competitions where you want to, quote unquote, fraternize with the enemy.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that was what we wanted today to be. Last year we had the qualifier to get the last few spots in the tournament. This year we had some late dropouts, so we decided to do, we wanted everyone to come and see awesome matches. Like tomorrow people are going to be running around throwing in games. They might not get to see some of the big names that they want to see throw. Tonight you got to see all the big names throw against other big names. No-namers coming up in here doing really well. I think it was really good content that people got to hang out and witness. Good for us that people stayed this long this time.
Yep.
I think it's pretty sick. I'm ecstatic about it.
Yeah, here we are, Big Axe round one. It looks like they are bulling in now. Spicy Tuna did manage to hit that 5.
Bang.
Connexican keeping it nice and tight, manages to tow it in with the bottom, and with that, they are going to go up.
Now, for the people that didn't make it here that'll be here tomorrow, how are they seated in the tournament tomorrow?
So the 51 or 52 people that made it here today
will be seated 1 through 52?
Correct.
Right.
And everyone that isn't will be under that.
What determines their seed, though, I guess is what I'm asking. Is it going to be based on points or?
Based on what they finished, or the people you're talking about, the final few?
Yeah.
It's going to be based on their CRS score,
okay.
which is their overall score.
CRS score.
Yeah,
okay.
that's like their career score.
Okay. So that's what we were saying when we were talking to Daddy earlier, is that there could be people that are going to be seated low because they couldn't be here, but they're actually very high up on their CRS score. So we could get some upsets early on
for sure
in the first round tomorrow.
The way we looked at it, what up, PDC? What up, Pete? Pete gives me shout-outs at the club when he's DJing, so when I have my little platform, I'll say what up. What up, Pete? Legend. DJ PDC, go follow, like, and subscribe.
Oh, that might be the Big Axe clutch for Connexican to take the first game of this match.
Yeah, he's
calling thumbs
good.
up.
Yeah.
But back to your question, the way we looked at it, because we factored that in as kind of like some people who couldn't make it today, dropping in their seating.
Yeah.
The way we looked at it is, if you're someone who plans to make it far in the tournament, you're going to have to play good throwers.
Sure.
So, regardless of what your path is,
you got to beat the best to be the best.
If you're a top thrower, even playing someone who's seeded high today and placed high today and got a higher seed, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're better or worse. So it's like, you know, if you want to win, you're going to have to play the big dogs at some point. So it just is what it is. But I think, I mean, 52 people, there aren't even, you know, we had some last-minute entries.
Right.
I don't think there's too many people that'll be in tomorrow that weren't here tonight. Maybe just a handful. So.
Okay.
And there's going to be nobody in tomorrow who didn't deserve to be here, you know?
Yeah.
Correct. Honestly, everyone deserves to be here.
Absolutely.
It's great practice for Canada, which is upcoming in June. So it's just kind of like our idea of giving people some practice for the big stage, you know, in Canada, which is what everyone looks forward to. So, oh, did they double hit?
Connection might be a little high. We'll see what the call is.
He's saying good.
This guy connects.
And he's agreeing. Okay.
That's a pair of clutches.
Was just telling me how he hasn't been able to hit clutch all night. And
no. Connexican was saying that he.
Oh, Connexican was
Spicy
good.
Tuna was saying
good.
All right, yes, I can confirm Spicy Tuna's clutch was not connected, so Connexican does take the second round.
Okay.
Once again, just a little weird angle that us casters are sitting down. We're a little bit below the throwers. But I think we can just expect bullseyes out of both of these guys.
Yeah.
I mean, even when you're right up there, some of them throws that look good aren't. And you're like, what? I'm standing right here. It looks good from here. You go up there, and all it takes is a little hair.
3 hairs and some air.
You got it.
Thanks, Bob Ross.
And I think that was the other thing, too, that Connexican was saying is that, you know, because it has to hit the top and the bottom, you know, on the clutch, that, you know, for people that maybe have a style that it toes in, it's no good for them.
Yeah, it's not. That's why with the Premier rule set, you really have to adapt to the rules. You can't.
Right.
You can't just be like, oh, well, this works for me, I'm gonna roll with it.
Right.
You have to adapt to the rules. You have to use. I mean, you don't have to, but you're at a serious disadvantage if you're not using a maximum blade length axe for your clutches and a minimum blade length axe for your bullseyes. But then again, Spicy Tuna uses 1 axe. He's in the finals. So.
Yeah, I've noticed that is that, you know, we've definitely seen, like, most players, you know, they have 2 different hatchets.
Yeah.
But Spicy Tuna does not.
Yeah, so, and it's funny because the tournament we had last year, this rule set, even though it's a bit different from what it was last year, it was enacted like 2 days before the tournament started last year. So no one really had any experience with it.
Sure.
So last year, a lot of people were like, oh, you know, a few of us were throwing 2 axes mainly because of Dave. And people are like, oh, everyone's throwing with 2 axes now, blah, 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 da, da, da. And then you come back now, like 80-90% of people are throwing with 2 axes.
Right.
But there are other people that don't like switching weights and axes between throws. So, I mean, everyone's different at the end of the day. But the way we look at it and the way I look at it is like you just want to maximize. You want to give yourself the best possible chance to hit every throw.
A pair of perfect games from both of them. A pair of 25s.
Amazing.
These guys are nuts.
That's what we want to see. So what you guys missed at the end of that last match was Connexican striking true with his clutch. Connexican currently on game point, might be able to shut it out.
Yeah, this would be a quick one.
We've definitely seen different throwing styles and everything throughout the tournament. We've even seen, like you were saying, you know, somebody might use 2 axes, but we've actually saw one guy who keeps his second axe in one hand and throws.
Yeah, that's wild.
You know,
it's wild.
Yeah, but it works, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it works for him, and so, yeah, we've definitely seen some different types of throwing techniques and whatnot, but yeah, you're right. As far as I know, today we've only seen Spicy Tuna with 1 hatchet.
Yep.
I haven't seen any other players that have only played with 1 hatchet except for him.
That is going to be a 5 for Tuna, a 3 for Connexican, which means Spicy Tuna manages to take a game off. Let's see if he can start the reverse sweep.
Well, and that's what we were talking about, right? You know, that's something that you want to take because it's a little, you know, you get little victory, and you get some, you know, you get some momentum built up there, and then next thing you know, you're making this thing, you know, you're making Connexicon work for it.
Exactly.
So,
and the good thing about tonight is I think people are playing a little bit more relaxed, knowing that this is like everyone's playing with house money tonight.
Yeah, well, especially look, somebody's coming out of this 1 or 2.
Yeah,
I mean that's
exactly.
so you're going to get a high seed no matter
W
what.
for
But
sure,
yeah,
definitely a W no matter what.
Yeah, and we watched a 16-year-old kid come through here and become 4th. I mean that was amazing.
Absolute beast.
Yeah, I mean
probably my new favorite thrower.
Yeah. I mean
Not even gonna lie.
And the kid was just 100% relaxed the whole time. I mean, just jamming to the music,
Straight
like
vibing.
No,
it was funny. I was talking to a guy earlier. Once this was earlier on, before I knew anything about all these little kids that were like running amok through the tournament.
Yeah.
And this guy was like, dude, these kids, they're so happy to be here. They're so happy to be a part of this. They're just like completely, they got nothing to lose. Everyone else is like, wants to do good and look cool in front of everybody. And these kids are like, hey, no one knows who we are. Folks, we're just coming here to do it.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
In with a bang,
Connexicon
out with a whimper. Connexicon seals
closed
the
it
deal
out
with the last clutch and will take first seed going into the tournament
Yeah.
tomorrow.
And it's what we all expected, It's what we all expected. A Spicy Tuna, though, great showing for him.
Spicy Tuna, great showing. The Hawk, great showing.
Oh,
Native,
yeah.
3 throwers I haven't got to experience throwing yet. All came within the top 4, and that's incredible. I love seeing all of these different regions coming out, showing up, and not being willing to take no for an answer.
I mean,
they're here for blood. They want to win.
And look, we said it. Like, Detroit came in here, and they rolled in deep.
Ooh, yeah, they did.
I mean, they brought their people, and it was a huge showing, and then they backed it up, too. It's going to be amazing tomorrow to see how the tournament is, finally starts to play out. And like we were saying, because some people couldn't get here today, there are going to be people that are lower seeds that are probably a little higher up there in the rankings, overall points and everything that might be a lower seed, but they're definitely going to be dangerous in the first rounds for anybody like Connexicon, for Spicy Tuna. I would say that if you're in like the top 15, we could be seeing some upsets tomorrow, because there's going to be lower ranks tomorrow that for sure, are better than, they probably would have came in here and had a good showing if they could have made it, but now they're lower seeds. And I think that's the most exciting part about, looking forward to tomorrow.
It's going to start and end with a bang, and I'm looking forward to it.
It's going to be great.
Folks, make sure that you tune in bright and early. If you know where this link is, you know where to find us tomorrow. Today was just the qualifying. We got a little taste of what we can expect from our champions, but tomorrow they're actually going to be put to the test, and we're going to see what they have been made of. I didn't want to end with that sentence, but that's what we're going to do with again. Once again, my name is Colby. I'm joined with American Kyle, and tomorrow we're going to be back with even more axe throwing, so be sure to tune in. Thanks for watching. Have a wonderful night.